Bring the meeting to order. Welcome to the 96th session of the International Pacific Halibut Commission. And on behalf of the U.S. side, welcome to Anchorage, Alaska. We particularly welcome our commissioners and friends from Canada. Good to see all of you. And since we're running late, I'm not going to make any long opening remarks. I will say that based on the agreement that we were able to reach last year, I had come into this meeting hoping it was going to be a relatively easy meeting. As we saw at the interim meeting, based on a continued gradual decline in the stock, some of the outcomes of that will be particularly difficult for everyone, particularly a few of the U.S. areas. And so we talked about at the interim meeting some potential areas of flexibility to try to ease that landing, and we're going to be working on those and continuing to discuss those throughout the week. And I remain hopeful that we'll, while in the face of where we're at with the stock, it's not going to be a great outcome for everyone, but I'm hopeful we'll find a spot where everyone can live with. And so again, it's great to see everybody, both from the U.S. side and particularly from the Canadian side. And I would turn to my colleague and Vice Chairman to see if he had any opening remarks he would like to make, or certainly any of the other commissioners.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. Good to be here in Anchorage and experiencing some cold weather, and but being in a nice warm room. So I guess I would say that I'm still expecting to have a good meeting and a good outcome. It took a year of negotiation between Canada and the U.S. to come to a 4-year agreement that included 2A and 2B as part of that discussion, and a host of, I wouldn't say a host, but a number of other items that we were and are working on, dealing with things like monitoring and bycatch. And our expectation is that the agreement that we came to last year would be put in place, and we still have a number of other items to discuss and come to agreement on around maybe what the appropriate fishing level may be for 2020. But, and there's certainly other items that we'll hear over the next few days, but that is Canada's expectation.
Thank you, Mr. Ryall. Any other commissioners have any comments they would like to make? If so, I believe I will turn this back to Dr. Wilson to lead us through what we need to do next. Dave.
Thank you, Chair. We do have a number of administrative arrangements that need to be announced, and so I'll pass to the Assistant Director in just a moment. And so just on behalf of the Secretariat, welcome to Anchorage, Alaska. We do have a light on Secretariat today because there's been a number of flight cancellations coming from Seattle. But if you do have any questions or need any information or support, please don't hesitate to ask anybody from the team, and we'd be happy to help you out. And with that said, I'll pass to Steve to walk through some administrative arrangements. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 96th annual meeting, and welcome to Anchorage. A few notes about the room and about the arrangements, and then where you can direct your questions. You've already figured out probably where the exits are and where the restrooms are. One other note about the hotel, if you were wondering why there were so many people here suddenly last night, there was a flight diverted from Los Angeles on its way to Tokyo, and they landed here and they put them up at the hotel. So not to worry, Anchorage is not a quarantine site. A little bit about the arrangements here in the big room here. You see us up on front. Obviously, the United States commissioners are on your left, and the Canadian commissioners are on your right. Likewise, in the tables in front of us, the United States agency teams are over here on this part of the room, and the Canadian teams are on that part of the room, and the IPHC Secretariat staff is in the back of the room there. As you are familiar with, we are recording the meeting as well as broadcasting it live on a webinar. We will have questions from the audience in the room as well as questions from the audience online. So those of you who are here in the room, if you have questions or comments when the time comes in the agenda for public comment, there is a sign up for that. It's right outside where you got your name tag. And there's a place, and our staff out there can assist you with that. But basically, there's a computer out there where you can sign up. And that way we have your name on the list. And when that time comes, I will call your name for your question or your comment. The web audience, for those of you out there watching and listening on the web, have the opportunity to enter your questions directly to the staff. And if we can't answer them directly, we will introduce them when the time comes for public comment. All the documents for the meeting, as you know, are online. They're at the IPHC website, and there have been a number of revisions in the last couple of weeks, but what is on the website now is the most current. If you have any questions about the documents, please ask us. There is a document 00, which is the compendium of all of them. If you want to download the whole thing at once, you can do that. And as I mentioned before, the IPHC staff will be sitting in the back of the room as well as out in the foyer. And we're the ones with the yellow badge. So please ask us questions if you have any. If you don't have a badge, we ask that you do register and get one, because one of the things that we do with that is we keep track of who attends the meeting as well as provide you information both during the meeting and after the meeting. So if you haven't registered, we ask you to do so. And if there are any other questions, please direct it to one of the IPHC Secretariat staff, and we'll have a good meeting.
Thank you, Steve. I had a couple of questions about public testimony. Can you just refresh us on what opportunities in the process for public testimony again?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the agenda, when you look at the agenda and the schedule, it has when we expect each agenda item to take place, and it also includes a line for public comment relative to those agenda items. And so when we come to that, and we'll advertise them ahead of time, that will be the time when we ask you to come and give your questions. The other thing I would say is when you do sign up, please indicate what topic or agenda item you'd like to comment on or ask your question about, so that way we can organize the responses to go with the questions.
And thank you. So being my first time chairing the commission meeting, I'll certainly be looking to Mr. Ryall as well as Dr. Wilson to help guide me through that, and let me know if we get off track in any way, process-wise or otherwise. But with that, I think I'll turn it back to you, I believe, Dr. Wilson, and we're going to talk about the agenda and adoption of the agenda.
Thanks, Chair. So document 01 provides the draft agenda and schedule for the meeting. We do have a number of sessions that will be running concurrently as of tomorrow for a couple of days when the conference board and the processor advisory board start up. So do just keep aware, an idea of where those meetings are, which rooms. But the agenda itself has been available for a number of months now, and the most recent version, which is on the screen, was published on the 31st of January. There were also a couple of additional revisions to papers that were provided. And so, Chair, all we have to do at this point to see if there are any amendments to the agenda for incorporation before we move on to the first actual agenda item. Thanks, Chair.
Right. I'll look to my other commissioners to see if there are any issues. Mr. Ryall?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. One thing I forgot to mention is that the Secretariat staff, as normally they produce the documents, the written documents, 30 days in advance of the meeting, and those were published and put on the website so that we could all have an opportunity to review them in advance of this meeting. But also staff also put on their presentations in advance. I forget the time frame, Dave, but was it 10 or 15 days in advance of this meeting, and I personally found that very helpful, and wanted to thank the staff for getting those together in the time frame so that we'd have those presentations in advance of the meeting as well.
Yes, much appreciated. Thank you. If there are no adjustments to the agenda, I guess we should entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Mr. Alverson, second. Seconded by, I can't see the faces in line. Mr. Davis, seconded. Is there any objection? Okay, I believe we've just approved the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. So we can move on now to agenda item 3, paper 3. And this is an update on the actions arising from the previous annual meeting, AM95, held in January of 2019, and also any additional actions that arose from the 95th session of the interim meeting, which was held last November. I don't intend on stepping through all of the actions arising from the AM95, primarily because we provided those to you at the interim meeting. They are recorded both in the document as Appendix 1 and also in this particular PowerPoint presentation. But just as a quick recap, there were 11 recommendations that arose from AM95 and 8 requests. The majority have been completed and either are included as verbal or written updates rather in this paper, or as specific papers that are going to be spoken to throughout the course of the meeting. And so just as an example of that, recommendation 01 on the management strategy evaluation process, we've provided an update on it, both in writing, and then also you'll see it refers to paper 12, which is the full update on that particular request or action arising, in this case, a recommendation from the Commission. And so because there's 19 odd of those, I don't intend on stepping through them, primarily, as I said, because they are addressed in specific agenda items throughout the course of this meeting. The additional requests and recommendations that arose from the interim meeting have been incorporated within the paper itself. And most or all of those rather were again for specific updates to the papers that arose from the AM95. And again, all of those are going to be presented to you as various papers throughout the course of this meeting. And so, Chair, without wanting to step through each of those in detail, I think it would be more prudent simply to take any questions or comments on any of those actions arising to see if there are questions at this stage or whether commissioners would like to wait until they are specifically addressed throughout the course of the next 5 days. Thanks, Chair.
I think your suggestion to address them as they arise during the meeting is a good one, but I would certainly entertain any comments or questions from the other commissioners now. Seeing none, we can proceed as you suggest, Dr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. So then we'll move on to agenda item 4, which is a report of the Secretariat, so paper 04. Could have that up, please. Thank you very much. So this is also provided as a PowerPoint presentation on the meeting page, and the intention here, or the purpose, is simply to provide an update to the Commission on the activities of the IPHC Secretariat that are not already contained in other papers before the Commission. And I'll just stipulate that this is just a highlight of some of the other activities that we've been undertaking that are not, for example, the stock assessment or the analysis on the survey and the like. As part of that, I would like to highlight some new onboarding staff that we have accumulated over 2019. We've been very fortunate to have an excellent series of new recruits come on board. Some of them, unfortunately, their flights have been delayed due to mechanical issues in Seattle, and so you're not going to see, I think, any of those 4 at the meeting until later this afternoon. We have been fortunate that they've joined the Setline survey team and also the fisheries data team within the Secretariat. And I will ensure that we make sure you're introduced to them over the course of the next few days. Many of them will sit in the conference board and the processor advisory board. And then also you'll get a chance to meet all of them at the IPHC function tomorrow night. We also have a number of temporary staff hires over the last year to do specific projects. At some point throughout the course of the meeting, we'll make sure that Barbara Hutchnazak, or Basha as she likes to be called, our new fisheries economist, is introduced both to the conference board and also the processor advisory board, so you can all get to meet her. Again, I was going to introduce her now, but she's been involved in that plane delay, so she's not at the meeting just as yet. And as part of those two introductions for the conference board and processor board, she will outline a little bit of the project that she's going to be undertaking for the next 2 years. We also have Andy Jasonowicz, who is helping with the genetics research projects at the Secretariat on a year-long contract, and Dr. Piera Carpi, who is here to assist the management strategy evaluation process, and in particular Dr. Hicks's work. And then finally down the bottom there, we have Colin Jones, who is here in the room and has joined us as a set line survey specialist working with the FIS program. We are also fortunate enough each year to offer an internship for a particular intern to assist with any of the research projects that we undertake. And we were very fortunate this year to have Miss Kennedy Bolstad, who unfortunately is not here at the meeting, but Kennedy was involved in 2 core projects under the guidance of Dr. Joseph Planas, specifically relating to our genotyping efforts and also the reproductive assessment project. This is something that we'll continue to offer on an annual basis, and so any of those of you who are involved in science and research, please do keep sending or nominating your outstanding, your best scientists, junior scientists, to come and join us for our internship program. We also offer the IPHC Merit Scholarship each year, and we have 2 recipients who are active at the moment, and we offer a $4,000 bursary to offset their tuition costs. We didn't have one last year as we moved from a $2,000 scholarship to a $4,000 scholarship a number of years ago, but in 2020, so this year and very shortly, we will be announcing another call for expressions of interest in the scholarship. The fund is primarily to provide funding for fishing industry related family members, students, to undertake higher education. And we've been very successful over the last couple of years with the scholarships we've been offering. At this point, I'll pass to Steve to walk you through the regulations component.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. I'll just review the changes in the fishery regulations that took place in 2019, as well as our interaction with the various fisheries management agencies of the 2 contracting parties. So you'll recall at last annual meeting, the Commission adopted relatively few changes to the fishery regulations, basically the ones that needed to be done, which were the fishery limits, setting the TCEY, the commercial fishing period, setting the dates for when the fishery could take place, and the charter management measures for IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A, which are recommended to the Commission from the National Marine Fisheries Service, which come from the North Pacific Fishery Management Council as management measures to keep the fishery within the allocation for the coming year. At the last annual meeting, the Commission deferred action on several regulatory proposals because there was really a lack of time to prepare for them. This was coming right after the U.S. federal government shutdown. And so those had to do with the fishery limits. It was a change in how we were going to do the fishery limits regulatory proposal itself, which you'll see again this time, adding the TCEY values to the regulations, as well as minor amendments. We generally suggest minor amendments to the fishery regulations every year, and there really was not enough staff time on the part of the agencies to support any changes last year. So many of those changes will reappear this year. And the Commission did, in fact, ask the Secretariat to coordinate that ahead of this meeting cycle, which we did. And we have produced already a red line text for the fishery regulations. So that's a little bit of regulatory arcana. But anyway, a little bit on our interactions with the contracting parties during the course of the year. The first one, which you will notice when you look at the meeting documents and presentations prepared for this meeting, is that we have consolidated the contracting party agency reports into 2 national reports, one for each contracting party. This has been something we've aimed at for some time and was reinforced by our performance review this year, which noted the plethora of documents available to the commission at each annual meeting and found it difficult to kind of sort out which was what they should pay attention to. So this year is the first iteration of combined national reports, one for each contracting party, which we hope will only improve as time goes by. On our interactions with agencies in Canada, we continued conversations with Fisheries and Oceans Canada on the marine protected areas, which actually is an ongoing thing as more marine protected areas are established, and in particular with issues with the 2018 Fishery Independent Setline Survey, which we resolved with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. And also a note that the Secretariat participates as in the HAB meetings, the Halibut Advisory Board meetings. On the United States side, we continue to monitor and support the North Pacific Fishery Management Council's Abundance-Based Management Working Group, and that is abundance-based management of prohibited species catch, which is discord mortality, non-directed fisheries, bycatch. And we've continued to pay attention to that as to support that with Secretariat staff time. Farther south with the Pacific Fishery Management Council, we worked with the council and the National Marine Fisheries Service and the agencies on the regular in-season management of the fisheries that take place in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A. And we also continued the discussion with the Pacific Council and the agencies about the shifting of management of the fisheries to domestic management from the IPHC, and that continues.
Thanks, Steve. In terms of communications and outreach, we just wanted to highlight some of the general activities that we have been undertaking over the last 12 months throughout 2019. We continue to make significant enhancement in data visualization on the IPHC website in terms of improvements, and we do encourage you to explore that website as you do have time over the course of this meeting, particularly when we start to talk about some of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey results. We have continued to produce the annual report for 2018, and 19 will come out shortly after this meeting. And that is probably, I think, our last hard copy publication that we're publishing. We have moved to a fully electronic information distribution system as of 1st of August of last year, with media releases now being our primary communication source amongst stakeholders. There's also a considerable amount of effort that we put into public outreach, attending conferences and enhancing our stakeholder engagement from the scientific community. And so I'd just like to walk through a few of those examples. From the Canadian perspective, we sit on the technical subcommittee of the Canada-US Groundfish Committee, and Dr. Planas and Ms. Lara Erickson sit on that committee on behalf of the IPHC. We sit on the Halibut Advisory Board, and also this year, Dr. Alan Hicks participated in a peer review stock assessment for the widow rockfish. And again, this is service we provide to the contracting parties on an as-needed basis. In terms of the United States of America, we participate in a broad range of plan teams for the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and also the Pacific Fisheries Management Council where possible. We sit on the Observer Scientific Committee, for example. Dr. Planas sits on the North Pacific Research Board Science Panel. And we also participate actively in the interagency e-landing steering committee meetings, and then also the Western Groundfish Conference on the bottom there. At the moment, it is a little bit lopsided in terms of our support for US activities versus Canadian activities, and we're trying to rectify and balance that a little bit. So if there is anybody from various agencies in the audience who would like additional support from us from Canada, we're very open and willing to commence that engagement. We naturally attend quite a number of conferences and symposia, and I've just put a small number up on the screen at the moment to give you an idea of the breadth and scale of our engagement for conferences and symposia. But in particular, I wanted to highlight the one in bold there, the 2019 Pisces annual meeting. And the reason I wanted to highlight that is that Dr. Joseph Planas was very successful in organizing a Pacific halibut specific workshop for a day's meeting within that annual meeting. And the core aim of that was, first of all, to gather all relevant scientists who have been working on Pacific halibut, both obviously on the west coast of the US, but also from the other side of the Pacific Ocean. And we had scientists from Russia, Tinro and the like, Japan, and also Korea, who have either worked on Pacific halibut in the past or who had a desire to engage in collaborative research for us. It was a very successful meeting, and we've made a number of collaborative engagements. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the level of connectivity with Russian scientists, the Commission has worked for a number of years to try and entice them to collaborate with us with somewhat mixed success. That seems to be changing, and Dr. Planas is certainly leading our efforts there to work towards collaborative research projects, and we look forward to hearing more on that over the coming year. We also undertake a number of core outreach activities. The Pacific Northwest Sportsman Show, for example, in February each year, and we have a team down there at the moment in Portland, Oregon. We also last year attended the Comfish Alaska in Kodiak with Dr. Stewart and Miss Erickson. And then also the Pacific Marine Expo held in Seattle each year. We have a booth where we try and impart as much information as possible on interested expo participants. But in particular, I wanted to highlight one of the outreach activities that we undertook this year at the Fall Fishermen's Festival. Each year we have a standard education booth to engage with anybody who comes to the festival. But in addition, this year, we decided to offer some outreach activities to raise funds for the Fishermen's Memorial Fund down at Fishermen's Terminal in Seattle. I would like to call out specifically Pacific Seafood and Aero Trading Co. From Canada, who provided Pacific halibut as a donation for the booth, where we staff took their weekend and spent the time preparing, selling, to accumulate funds to donate to the Memorial Fund. We were successful in raising $5,900 from that activity, and as you can imagine, it's quite a good chance for us to interact informally with those who attend the festival. In terms of academic affiliations, I'm very pleased to say that all three of our lead scientists are affiliate faculty of either the University of Washington or Alaska Pacific University. And that really gives us a chance for two things. First of all, to share the expertise working on Pacific halibut, but then also to foster working relationships and collaborative efforts with scientists and students from those universities. And that's reflected in the graduate student committee membership, as you can see down below, where the various staff members sit on graduate student committees and assist them as they go through their studies. Of course, the intention there is to identify the best of the best and try and draw them into the Commission as we need moving forward. We have also undertaken, again this year, substantial efforts to get the research that we're undertaking into peer-reviewed journal articles. For those of you who aren't familiar with publishing in scientific journals, in a way it acts as a final round of peer review and validation of the work that we undertake. This list is not complete, and it's certainly being updated. We have a few other publications that came through late in the year, but there were 4 peer-reviewed journal articles, as shown at the time producing of the report that were published. We had another from 2019, which has just been published as a group effort. And then we also have a number that are in revision at the moment, including the spatiotemporal modeling paper by Dr. Ray Webster, which we expect to be published very shortly. I wouldn't normally do this, is put up the full range of articles that are in preparation, but I think it's a key piece to indicate the switch with the Commission in terms of simply publishing in grey literature. We are now moving actively to publish all of our research in the peer-reviewed scientific literature. As of the formation of this paper, there were 10 articles in preparation for this purpose. So you should see over the course of 2020 a pretty large switch from publishing in grey literature to peer-reviewed journal articles. And you've seen a little bit of that over the last year. And the list goes on, and it's provided in the paper for your information. So, Chair, at this point, I'm simply asking for the Commission to note the activities of the IPHC Secretariat throughout 2019 that are not already incorporated in the other papers before the Commission, which are available on the website. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. And then see if any commissioners have any questions or comments on that report. I would just note it's really good to. I'm glad you provided an overview of that reflects the breadth of engagement of the IPHC staff in so many different forums outside the normal duties of their day jobs. It's very impressive. Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, we can move on then. Thank you, Dr. Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. So the next item is agenda item 5, and we'll move on to fishery statistics report for 2019. And I'd ask Ms. Erickson, who's the fishery statistics branch manager.
It's a big room. It's gonna, well, 5-minute break while she walks up here. No, I'm kidding. Be just a minute.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, perfect. And hopefully everybody had a chance to check their phones. I will present paper 5, agenda item 5, which can also be found on the IPHC website and reviews the fishery statistics for 2019. So total removals of Pacific halibut for 2019 were 18,084 tons. The values presented here represent preliminary estimates. All values are in net weight and account for the full calendar year. So looking at total removals by fishery, the directed commercial fishery removals represent the largest portion of removals at 61%, followed by the non-directed commercial fishery discard mortality and recreational fishery, both at 17%, and finally recreational and fishery independent setline survey at 3% and 2% respectively. So relative percentages of removals from 2018 to 2019 are similar, with a slight shift from the recreational fishery to the non-directed commercial discard mortality, which you see here in this table. And then reviewing the fishery limit, or TCY, the coastwide 2019 Pacific halibut mortality was 1% under the limit. By contracting party, the Pacific halibut mortality in Canada was less than 1% under the fishery limit, and the Pacific halibut mortality in the United States of America was 1% under the fishery limit. And then reviewing fishery limits by IPHC regulatory areas, the Pacific halibut mortality exceeded the fishery limit in 3 IPHC regulatory areas in the United States of America. The Pacific halibut mortality in IPHC regulatory area 3A was 2% over, in area 3B 1% over, and in IPHC regulatory area 4C, D, and E was 4% over the fishery limit. So starting with the directed commercial fishery, the season was open from the 15th of March to the 14th of November. In the quota share fisheries in Canada, 2,305 tons were landed, with landings at 0.4% under the fishery limit. In the United States of America, in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A, the commercial fishery limit is divided among several fisheries. The largest portion was landed in the Treaty Indian directed commercial fishery with landings of 224 tons and 0.5% under the fishery limit, following an unrestricted fishery and several restricted fisheries, as well as a late season mop-up. In, again, IPHC Regulatory Area 2A, the directed commercial fishery landed 115 tons following 3 10-hour fishing periods and came in at 1% under the fishery limit. 20 tons of Pacific halibut were landed as incidental commercial catch in the salmon troll fishery, and this was 3% under the fishery limit, with 4 in-season actions with adjustments made to the landing ratio as well as the trip maximum. And then finally, 36 tons were landed as incidental commercial catch in the sablefish fishery, which was 13% over the fishery limit, with 1 in-season change to the landing ratio. In the quota share fisheries in Alaska, in the United States of America, 7,926 tons of Pacific halibut were landed at 8% under the fishery limit. And additionally, in IPHC Regulatory Area 2C, with the Annette Island Reserve Fisheries, 13 tons were landed following 14 two-day fishing periods. And this fishery has no limit. So moving on to the recreational fisheries, in Canada, 372 tons of Pacific halibut were landed, 2% under the fishery limit, with a possession limit of 1 Pacific halibut 90 to 126 centimeters, or 2 Pacific halibut less than 90 centimeters in length, and an annual limit of 6 Pacific halibut. Additionally, 8 tons were landed as experimental recreational quota leased from the commercial quota fishery. And in the United States of America, in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A, 203 tons of Pacific halibut were landed and 16% under the fishery limit. And you can see the relative proportions here, or the amount landed by within each state in that area. So in Alaska, all areas were open from the 1st of February through until the 31st of December. And reviewing the charter fisheries in IPHC Regulatory Area 2C, removals were estimated at 303 tons, or 19% under the fishery limit, with an additional 34 tons landed as guided anglerfish leased from the commercial quota fishery. And in IPHC Regulatory Area 3A, 916 tons were landed within the charter sector fishery, and this was 7% over the fishery limit, with an additional 5 tons landed as guided anglerfish, which was leased from the commercial quota fishery. So private anglers removed an estimated 1,285 tons of Pacific halibut from Alaskan waters, with a 2-fish daily bag limit and no size restrictions or annual limit. So within the subsistence fisheries, coast-wide, 479 tons of Pacific halibut were removed. And just a note here that subsistence fisheries are open year-round. So the amount of Pacific halibut mortality as non-directed commercial discard mortality increased from 2018 levels to an estimated 2,985 tons coast-wide, with 108 tons in Canada and 2,877 tons in the United States of America. And finally, the Fishery Independent Setline Survey landed 388 tons of Pacific halibut coast-wide. So again, reviewing fishery limits by IPHC regulatory area, you will recall this table from an earlier slide. And also the overages in IPHC regulatory areas 3A, 3B, and 4CD and 4CD&E closed. The 2, the 1, and the 4% over the fishery limit. And in Canada, with a breakdown within the limit, the Pacific halibut directed commercial discard mortality was 8% over the amount projected. And again, these following slides are just looking at the areas or the fisheries where there was overage, whether it was of the limit or the projection. In the United States of America, in the directed commercial fisheries, the mortality limit in the sablefish fishery was exceeded by 13%. And additionally, the mortality limits in various IPHC regulatory areas were exceeded. So as you can see here in 2A, it was exceeded by 45%, 2C 33%, 3A by 14%, 4A by 16%, 4B by 90%, and then 4C, D, and E closed area by 88%. And then in the recreational fisheries in IPHC regulatory area 3A, the guided sector mortality limit was exceeded by 7%. And in IPHC regulatory area 4A, the mortality projection was exceeded by 40%. And then within the subsistence fisheries, the mortality projections were exceeded by 66% in IPHC regulatory area 3B and by 32% in IPHC regulatory area 4A and in IPHC regulatory area 4B with the mortality projection of 0. So reviewing the non-directed commercial O26 discard mortality projections, the 2019 mortality in IPHC regulatory area 2C was exceeded the projection by 203%. In IPHC regulatory area 3A by 7%. In IPHC regulatory area 3B by 16%, in IPHC regulatory area 4A by 11%, and then in IPHC regulatory area 4C, D, and E enclosed by 29%. So the IPHC Secretary also identified concerns with some of the mortality estimates of Pacific halibut that we just reviewed. By fishery and beginning with the directed commercial fishery, we have concerns with the discard mortality estimate in the United States of America, in Alaska, due to the inaccurate mean fish weight, the no observer coverage for vessels that are less than 40 feet, as well as the limited observer coverage for vessels over 40 feet in length. And then we have concerns with the estimates in the recreational fishery in Canada and the United States of America regarding the self-reporting of lodges. And in the subsistence fishery in Canada and the United States of America, there are concerns with the accuracy of numbers that are rolled over. And in the non-directed commercial discard mortality for the United States of America, we have concerns with the low observer coverage in Alaska. So 2019 port highlights. In Canada, the IPHC Secretariat continues to collaborate and work on adding collection of marine mammal details to the logbook for agreement with logbooks in the United States of America. And in the United States of America and Alaska, the Secretariat conducted dockside surveys in Homer, Sitka, Seward, and Juneau in the recreational charter fishery to assist in the design of a project plan for the spring of 2020, which is reviewing the discard mortality estimates within this fishery. And then reviewing the head-on requirements that went into effect in 2017. In Canada, 10 tons of Pacific halibut were landed fresh in the head-off condition in 2019. And 37 tons of Pacific halibut in frozen condition at head off. And no Pacific halibut were landed in the head off condition in the United States of America. So similarly reviewing the use of pot gear, which went into effect in 2017 in the United States of America and Alaska. Less than 0.5% of the total amount of Pacific halibut landed in the commercial fishery was captured with pot gear in 2017 through 2019, as you see here. And then here you will see members of the IPHC Secretariat with whom our stakeholders interact throughout the season. And their combined work is reflected in many of the presentations you will see today and tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, there any questions or comments on that presentation? Thank you, Ms. Erickson. I don't see any. Thank you very much. And we can move on to the next presentation, I believe. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Mr. DeGreef.
Thanks, Laura. I noticed that pretty much across the board, directed commercial discard mortality was under forecast. Is there any plausibility why? Any thoughts on that?
Yes, through the chair. Commissioner DeGreef, I guess I would defer that to our contracting party agencies. We do review these estimates in detail with our contracting party members. But as far as the specifics on where the particular overages occurred, I mean, we do have it line by line within the time series tables that we present. But apart from that, if digging further into the details, I would refer it to our the members of our contracting parties.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? I don't see any, so please proceed.
Okay, me again, through the chair. Thank you, Chair. So reviewing the Fishery Independent Setline Survey design and implementation in 2019, the primary objective is the standardized Fishery Independent data collection for the Pacific Halibut Annual Stock Assessment. And these CPUE values that we that are provided from this work inform the Pacific halibut distribution and abundance trends. We also have the collection of the biological structures allow for sex determination as well as maturity and age. And the FIS also provides data from Pacific halibut less than 32 inches in length. And then additionally in 2019, we did obtain coastwide at-sea weights. They were collected from captured Pacific halibut, and this was done while obtaining lengths for these same fish. So with respect to standardization, the gear is standardized with the use of only fixed gear, with all skates at a length of 1,800 feet with 18-foot spacing and resulting in 100 hooks. All hooks are a size 16 threaded through the front of the hook with ganyons 24 to 48 inches in length. And we also have 3 to 5 kilogram weights on each non-anchored skate end. Bait is also standardized by using only number 2 semi-bright or better frozen chum salmon, which is cut to 1/4 to 1/3 of a pound. And the captain verifies the quality of the bait. So reviewing the extent of the 2019 Fishery Independent Setline Survey, sets were in the water from the 27th of May through the 29th of September. And this is a similar time frame to 2018. 2019 was a year of records in that 18 vessels were contracted, with 5 vessels being brand new to the FIS, to the Setline Survey. And 1,558 stations were fished, which is also another record. In 2019, we also fished expansion stations in IPHC regulatory areas 3A and 3B, and we conducted gear comparison work in IPHC regulatory area 2C. Reviewing the expansion work conducted over the past 6 years and completed in 2019, expansion stations in IPHC regulatory areas 2A and 4A were fished in 2014. in 2015 and 2016, expansion stations in IPHC regulatory area 4CD and E enclosed were fished. In 2017, expansion stations were fished in IPHC regulatory area 4B, and again in IPHC regulatory area 2A. And then in 2018, expansion stations were fished in IPHC regulatory areas 2B and 2C. And finally, last year in 2019, expansion stations were fished in IPHC regulatory areas 3A and 3B. So the 2019 expansion stations in IPHC regulatory area 3A extended stations from 275 fathoms to 400 fathoms and into the 10 to 20 fathom range. These stations also provided more complete coverage in Cook Inlet and inside and outside Prince William Sound. And in IPHC regulatory area 3B, expansion stations increased the coverage to the deep and shallow, as well as providing more complete coverage around the Shumagon and Sanak Islands. In IPHC regulatory area 3A, 89 expansion stations were added for a total of 463 stations. With the additional stations to a particular charter region ranging from 3 to 27 stations. And then in IPHC regulatory area 3B, 66 expansion stations were added for a total of 297 stations. And again, with the additional stations to a particular charter region ranging from 4 to 27 stations. Additionally, in 2019, the IPHC Secretariat conducted a gear comparison study in IPHC regulatory area 2C, with each station being fished once with fixed gear and once with snap gear. And which gear was fished on a particular station first was randomly determined. This was the breakdown in charter regions in IPHC regulatory area 2C in 2019 with the fixed and snap gear stations. And the timing that you see displayed here is for the fixed gear. These are the stations determined to be ineffective for 2019, with the largest number of stations being primarily due to whale depredation. Recognizing this is still very low, representing less than 3% of the total number of stations fished. And these are the 2019 stations where killer sperm whale sightings occurred, and the red indicates the stations that were determined to be ineffective. So secondary objectives on the FISH platform also include assessing genetics, reproduction, and condition factors, as well as the collection of oceanographic data, prior hook injuries, information on marine mammal and seabird interactions, as well as collections to assess potential environmental contamination.
Ms. Erickson, can you go back one slide to the whale predation? So am I reading it correctly? All of the sperm whale sightings, the upside down triangles they're all red. So they were all, how should I read that?
Yes, they would all be considered ineffective. There is at least one there over by Kodiak that was deemed effective.
Yeah, I see one. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. So the tertiary objectives include important collaborations with Canada for the collection of rockfish data. And also in the United States of America, our collaborations include such projects as Pacific cod sampling in Alaska and rockfish sampling in Washington and Oregon. And then in IPHC regulatory area 3A, the expansion stations are in teal here on this graph, which represented some of the higher catch rates, as can be seen in some of the teal larger circles. And then in IPHC regulatory area 3B, similarly, higher catch rates were observed on some of the expansion stations, denoted by the larger circles. I do encourage or ask that you please do review the fisheries setline survey data, which is extensively posted on our website at the following links here. And please also note that the tender specifications for 2020 are available on our website. And particularly for those of you who have worked on the fish previously, please pay special attention to the station counts and location for each of the charter regions, given the changes that we're proposing. And of note, the submission of tenders are online and due by the 15th of February. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you again, Ms. Erickson. Let's see if there are any comments or questions. I don't believe we have any action we need to take on this at this time, correct? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll then call on Dr. Ray Webster to come forth and speak to agenda item 6.2, the space-time modeling of the fishery independent setline survey data. Dr. Webster.
Thank you. I'll begin by reviewing the data sources and the space-time modeling itself. Present estimates of weight per unit effort, numbers per unit effort indices derived from the space-time modeling of those data. We'll look briefly at the regulatory area 2C gear comparison study that Ms. Erickson discussed, and also look at the expansion, some of the results of the expansions in regulatory areas 3A and 3B. The bulk of the presentation will deal with the FIS rationalization and what do we do with the FIS survey, with the FIS going forwards now that we've completed our series of expansions. And that will culminate in proposals for the 2020 to 2022 sampling seasons. So data sources. The primary data source is our own setline survey, the FIS, which is the data input for the space-time modeling of the weight per unit effort and numbers per unit effort indices. And this survey is on generally a 10 nautical mile grid design and has been since 1998, with fixed stations fished, same stations fished every year, same station locations fished every year, and standardized fishing methods. The grid design ensures that all habitat is sampled in proportion to its occurrence on average, and having fixed stations reduces the variability in the estimates of trend. We have had gaps in annual coverage, often quite substantial, which is the main reason we've been undertaking this expansion project. And these have been accounted for using data from other surveys, which I'll mention in a moment, the FIS expansions, and the space-time model predictions and unsurveyed habitat in the case where we may not have direct observations in a given year. The other data sources used in the space-time modeling are the NIMS Fisheries Independent Bering Sea Trawl Survey, which is an important data source for regulatory areas 4A and 4CDE. Its basic design is a 20 nautical mile grid, which has been fished since 1982, although there is higher station density in some regions. Northern expansions of this survey have been fished in 2010 and in the last 3 years. These data, which obviously use a different type of gear, are calibrated with our own setline survey expansion data from 2006 and 2015 in the Eastern Bering Sea, which provides us with indices that are consistent with those from the IPHC setline survey. The third data source is the Alaska Department of Fish and Game's Fishery Independent Northern Sound Trawl Survey, which is also a data source for regulatory area 4CDE, and that has been fished triennially up until 2014 and then annually over the last 3 years as well. So we've been using space-time modeling to estimate indices of weight per unit effort and numbers per unit effort now since 2016. And the modeling has two key purposes. It smooths the data in time and space relative to using the raw data. And in doing this, it makes use of information on spatial and temporal relationships among the survey stations to sort the signal from the noise. We're trying to get at the underlying density of halibut. And And it fills in gaps in survey coverage using model predictions while accounting for uncertainty. So as in past years, we use the modeling to estimate the indices of density. And these estimates are computed for biological regions, regulatory areas, and for the coast-wide convention waters from San Francisco Bay to the Bering Strait. In this slide, you can see the estimates from the space-time model of O32 weight per unit effort by biological region. The points represent the estimates themselves. The shaded region represents 95% intervals around those estimates. So the true estimate is there's a 95% chance that it's within those shaded regions. So that gives us a measure of the uncertainty. More uncertainty, we have wider shaded regions. And you can see that over the last year, the numbers in the bottom left of each panel represent the estimate of the change in the index from 2018 to 2019. And overall, coastwide, we've had a 5% decrease in O32 weight per unit effort since last year, with varying degrees of decrease by region. And my colleague, Dr. Stewart, will talk more about this information. Similarly, for all sizes numbers per unit effort, we've had a 4% coastwide decrease since 2018, with the change varying from plus 5% in region 2 to minus 10% in region 3. We also, as discussed, did a gear comparison study in regulatory area 2C, in which stations were fished twice, once with fixed gear and once with snap gear. And the space-time model for this regulatory area, therefore, included parameters allowing for the gear differences in the catch rate. So the space-time modeling allowed us to estimate the differences in the catch rates for those two gears, and then calibrate. Through that calibration, allow us to use all data sources from both gears in a consistent manner. The model estimated that the snap gear was caught 86% of what the fixed gear caught. The catch rates were 86% of the fixed gear catch rates, although there was high uncertainty in this estimate, with 95% of intervals between 75 and 100%. 100%, of course, meaning no difference between the gear types. So the results imply the need to collect additional data to better understand the relative efficiency of the gears because of this high uncertainty, and to understand potential variability over time and space in the difference between the two gears. And for this reason, we are proposing for 2020 a snap gear comparison in regulatory area 4A. Nevertheless, with the gear comparison accounted for in the model, we did include all data from both snap and fixed gear in the space-time modeling this year, essentially adjusting the snap gear data so that the catch rates were consistent with those overall with the fixed gear. And inclusion of both data sources, both gear types, data from both gear types, had no meaningful effect on the estimates themselves. But as the estimation of the calibration coefficient between snap gear and fixed gear improves, we expect data from both gear types to be of equal value. And 2019 was the 6th and final year of our program of set line survey expansions, and the goal was to collect data in previously unsurveyed regions throughout the range of Pacific halibut to reduce bias and uncertainty in our indices of density and abundance. And the gaps in coverage in the old design, pre-2014 design, were often substantial. So for example, in 2014, we expanded into regulatory areas 2A and 4A, and in 4A, the stations that we hadn't previously fished, the expansion stations, represent 42% of the total stations in regulatory area 4A. In 2015, we did the Eastern Bering Sea flats, which we had done previously in 2006. In 2016, we did the shelf edge, and the new stations were a majority of the stations along the shelf edge, 62%. In 2017, we expanded 2A and 4B, and the new stations were almost 50% of the total. So these are substantial expansions. And likewise, we had increases in station numbers in 2B, 2C, 3A, and 3B over the last 2 years. Turning to the results for 2019, in regulatory area 3A, the expansion greatly reduced the uncertainty in our estimates in both indices of weight per unit effort and numbers per unit effort. We had a number of stations, particularly in Cook Inlet, which were far from where the observed data had been collected previously. And we had a lot of uncertainty until we actually went and observed them in 2019 in the estimates from those stations. And that uncertainty was greatly reduced once we had those direct observations. Regulatory area 3B, the stations tended to be more scattered throughout the regulatory area, and so the impact was much smaller. We do have some reduction in uncertainty in the O32 weight per unit effort index, and perhaps a slight correction in a possible negative bias that existed previously in the numbers per unit effort index. Overall, the FIS occupied for the first time 34% of the full grid that had previously been unsurveyed over the 2014 to 2019 period. This was a substantial increase, obviously, over what we had been fishing previously prior to the expansions. So this resulted in improved understanding of Pacific halibut density and distribution. We reduced bias. Often when we went to an expansion area, we found that the catch rates were either higher on average or lower on average than the area we had been serving previously. We also reduced uncertainty, as we saw particularly in 3A in 2019, in the estimates in most regulatory areas. And these improvements were apparent throughout the time series, not just in the year in which we undertook the expansion. Moving forward, revisiting these new stations from the 2014 to 19 expansion is unlikely to have such large effects over the entire time series. Okay, so now we've done the expansion. We've now got a full FIS design based on the combination of the stations we'd fished from 1998 to 2013 and the expansion stations that we added to those. Going forward, we have no reason to distinguish an expansion station from an annual station. They are all now the FIS full design going forwards. So what do we do next? Well, our starting point is we have devised a set of objectives to help guide us in developing the survey going forward. And our primary objective is a science objective. It's sampling Pacific halibut for stock assessment and stock distribution estimation. And that requires setting standards in terms of sampling station distribution, the station count, and the skates per station. The amount of effort we need to undertake to ensure that our scientific goals are met. Secondary objective is the long-term revenue neutrality of the setline survey. And this involves consideration of logistics and cost. And the tertiary objective is to minimize removals and assist others where feasible on a cost recovery basis. So involved in this is minimizing our impact of the FIS on the stock while meeting the primary priority. We assist others in collecting their data on a cost recovery basis, and also recognizing that IPHC policies may from time to time require ad hoc decisions regarding the FIS design, perhaps adding additional stations such as we did in the densified grid off the northwest of 2A a couple of years ago. This is the full FIS design footprint going forwards, not counting any ad hoc additions to the design. This is the basic 10 nautical mile grid from California up through the Bering Sea. And this itself, and there are 1,890 stations in this design. This in itself would be a potential design for any given year. We could fish, if logistics and costs allowed us, the entire design on an annual basis or in any given year. So this is one potential design going forward, but we've recognized that logistics and costs may make this not feasible on an annual basis. So we can consider other potential designs. One design based on reducing this footprint to presumably reduce costs to manageable levels would be to target a number of stations that meets the primary objective without consideration of the other objectives. And this is an example of a randomized design where we're targeting 1,000 stations coastwide, where within a regulatory area, we've completely randomized the selection of stations. So this is a hypothetical design focused on the primary objective of meeting the scientific goals of data for the stock assessment and estimation of stock distribution. It does not take into account logistics. Some of these stations, for example, are isolated, which make them quite expensive to to fish relative to stations that are close together where you might be able to do 3 or 4 in a day from the point of view of a charter boat. An alternative design, which meets the primary goals but also considers secondary objectives, would be a randomized cluster design. So in this case, we're targeting a similar number of stations to the previous design, but the stations are selected in such a way that we have 3 or 4 stations together, making a more practical fishing day for a charter vessel to undertake. So you can see the difference between the randomized and the randomized cluster design is the stations tend to be clumped together. So we've considered logistics in this hypothetical design. So in developing and evaluating design proposals, we have a number of considerations. We start by setting data quality targets, we'll see in a moment. Then we determine geographic sampling priorities and sampling frequency. We can test the designs on simulated data sets to make sure that the targets are going to be met. And we propose design options, as we'll do today, and then estimate the design costs. And in terms of data quality targets, we focused on targets on precision, ensuring that the estimates of the indices that feed into the stock assessment and the estimation of stock distribution are precisely estimated. So based on the quality of data that we've been gathering over the number of years we've been doing the setline survey, we propose these targets. So the targets are either a coefficient of variation of 10%, 10 or 15%, depending on the region of focus, either the regulatory area, the biological region, or a coast-wide target. So those are our precision targets, and those are discussed in more detail in the accompanying papers. We also must consider bias. If we're not able to sample the entire footprint of the full FIS design every year, then that comes at some potential cost in terms of bias. If we fail to observe or account for changes in weight per unit effort and numbers per unit effort in an unsurveyed sub-area, then bias may come into it. And that's essentially what we observed when we did the expansions for the first time. And we visited an area, we often found that the catch rates were different in the area the region that we visited for the first time compared to elsewhere in a regulatory area. Prior to that sampling, there was likely bias in the estimates. And if we then leave an area unsampled for a number of years, that bias may creep back in. So the key here is to undertake the sampling frequently enough to keep any bias small. And once we've devised some options for design going forward, we can fit models using simulated data for future years. And we did this by using the data from the space-time modeling, which generates essentially simulated data when we undertake the modeling, and use those for surrogates for the future years. So we could project what for different designs, what the precision would be in future years. So in considering design options, we distinguish between 2 types of regulatory area. We have the core regulatory areas, 2B through 3B, which comprise the core of the Pacific halibut stock. And these areas generally have high relative density throughout. And we considered 2 design options for these core regulatory areas. We considered randomized sampling, such as the example you saw before, and sub-area sampling, in which not all FIS charter regions are sampled each year. So the randomized sampling, again, is focusing entirely on the primary objective of meeting the scientific needs of the stock assessment. A sub-area sampling design, which many of you saw for the first time at the interim meeting, has the purpose of bringing in the secondary objective. So rather than having a random scatter of stations, we have stations in large clusters, these clusters being FIS charter regions, and from one year to the next, we will leave out a number of charter regions in order that it's a design that's relatively easy to fish for a charter from the perspective of a charter vessel, with the stations all being contiguous, adjacent to each other. And we'll see the examples in a moment. In regulatory areas 2A, 4A, and 4B, we took a different approach. These regulatory areas differ from the core areas in that each contain local areas of relatively high and low densities. Relative to the core areas, the distribution of halibut is quite concentrated. And so we evaluated sub-area based designs and we showed that the primary objectives can be met by prioritizing the sampling of high density temporally variable sub-areas, sampling those frequently, and sampling other areas less frequently. And by doing this, we can still meet the objectives of keeping precision within the targets and ensuring that bias is low. So we'll take these areas one at a time in detail so you can help understand why we picked the sub areas we did and how we prioritize them. This is regulatory area 4B, and this map shows the design in the expansion year of 2017. So this is now the full FIS design going forwards. And we divided it into 3 sub areas. In the west, we have a low density sub area, the Western Aleutians, but it had higher density in the past. It's an area that's currently low, but it has changed over time. In sub-area 2 in the center, it's also a low density area, but prior to 2017, it was sparsely sampled. Sub-area 3 is a high density area. It has been for a number of years, and it also appears from other information that it may be biologically distinct from the rest of regulatory area 4B. So in terms of what biomass proportion these sub-areas contribute to the overall biomass of 4B, sub-area 3 in the east, the high density area, over the last number of years has been contained by far the majority of the biomass according to our estimates, whereas the other sub-areas are much lower proportions of the biomass. But that is something that's changed over time. It wasn't always the case that sub-areas 2 and sub-area 3, or particularly sub-area 3, was estimated to, sub-area 1 was estimated to have as low proportion as it does today. So based on this information, we prioritize these 3 sub-areas. First priority is sub-area 1. It's where 70 to 80% of the biomass has been since 2013. Second priority is, sub-area 3. Second priority is sub-area 1, which has, while it has low biomass now, it's had frequent large changes in biomass proportion over short periods. It's a relatively unstable area where we may expect the biomass to change quite quickly. And third priority is sub-area 2, which is, we estimate, have generally low and stable biomass, implying that you would need to sample it less frequently because the picture doesn't change very much relative to other areas, sub-areas, but we recognize also that it's likely affected by sparse historic sampling. We only really saw most of that area once. So our proposal, after running these designs through our evaluation process, is that in 2020, we only sample sub-area 3, the area with 70 to 80% of the biomass. And we continue doing that in 2021. By 2022, we start to get concerned that bias might be creeping into our estimates from sub-areas 1 and 2. And so our proposal for 2022 is sample sub-areas 1 and 2. These represent, as with everything we propose, minimum proposals. We can add to this and still meet our goals. Regulatory area 4A was divided into 4 sub-areas, although one sub-area, sub-area 4, is also covered by the NIMS Troll Survey, and we have no proposals to resample that ourselves going forward. It represents a very small proportion of the biomass, and we have other data to cover that. But the other 3 areas, again, have differences in density and differences in how frequently they change their density with time. At present, sub-area 1, as you can see from the graph on the right, it comprises the great majority of the biomass of regulatory area 4A. Although in the past, other areas, particularly sub-area 3, has had higher proportions of the biomass than it does today. Based on this information, we would prioritize sampling sub-area 1, which has 65 to 85% of the biomass in recent years, and that can vary a bit from year to year. Sub-area 3 would be second priority because it's relatively variable in biomass proportion. So if we miss it for a few years, it's possible that bias will start to creep in if the biomass has changed there. Sub-area 2 We've sampled it fairly consistently, so we have a good idea of what it looked like, and it's been generally low density and very stable for the bulk of the time that we've been observing it. So our proposal for 2020 to 2022 would be in 2020 and 21, sample sub-area 1 and only. In 2022, we would sample sub-areas 1 and 3 because of concerns that bias might creep in by not sampling sub-area 3. Sub-area 2 would be considered for subsequent years. Regulatory area 2A, again, we've divided into 3 sub-areas. This time they're not contiguous. Sub-area 1 represents the higher density regions of regulatory area 2A in the Northwest, the bulk of the Washington stations off the North Washington coast, and the Central Oregon stations, which is where we've had our highest densities for quite some time. Sub-area 2, more moderate densities for area 2A, in between the 2 components, sub-area 1 off the North Oregon coast, South Washington coast, and the most northern stations in California. And sub-area 3 are the lowest density stations in the deep and shallow waters, the Salish Sea, and the southern part of California that we have sampled. So again, sub-area 1 is where the bulk of the biomass has been. 60 to 70% of the biomass has been in sub-area 1. Sub-area 2, second priority, moderate density, but a stable proportion. It's not an sub-area that's changed a lot over time, as you can see in the figure on the right here in terms of its proportion of the biomass in area 2. And sub-area 3 has very low density. So a proposal going forward is simply to sample sub-area 1 over the next 3 years, recognizing again, this is a minimum proposal. There are other reasons, as we'll see, for adding for meeting perhaps the secondary or the tertiary objectives for adding stations. But to meet the scientific objectives, sampling sub-area 1 only is sufficient. Regulatory area 4 CDE is considered separately here. Its estimation depends heavily on other surveys, and while it may be possible to reduce our footprint while still meeting precision and bias targets, we note the following, that ecosystem conditions have been anomalous in the Bering Sea for several years, making Pacific halibut distribution more difficult to predict in unsurveyed habitat. And we're recognizing that the last time we did the expansion there, well, the expansion was undertaken in 2016, which is now 4 years in the past. And the IPHC has also increased interest in better understanding density and possible links, density trends and possible links with Russian waters. So with other surveys, such as the NIMS Troll survey showing changes in distribution of Pacific halibut and other species in the northern Bering Sea occurring over quite short periods of time, it seems very prudent that we should sample the full FIS footprint on the regulatory area 4D shelf edge in coming years. So beyond 3 years, as new data become available each year, we undertake the FIS. Sampling priorities and the bias potential for subsequent years can be reevaluated. And so the sub-area, this may lead us to modify the sub-area definitions and change our sampling priorities. These will evolve as changes in relative density of Pacific halibut are possibly observed. And given the likely future changes in density and distribution, we did not consider evaluating designs beyond the 3-year period. We expect even the designs we're proposing today to be changed before that. As well as the primary goals of estimating density indices and stock distribution, we also are collecting biological sampling data, in particular age data, for input into the stock assessment. So we must also consider in coming up with a design that we're sampling we're making sufficient sampling effort, that we meet our targets in this respect as well. And at the moment, those targets are 2,000 otoliths per regulatory area. And in some regulatory areas, we note that these are already difficult to meet, in particular areas 2A and 4 CDE. And any reduction in annual survey footprint will make meeting these targets more challenging. So where possible, we can add additional skates per set to help mitigate those reductions, but it also might require examination of additional stations in addition to the ones we're proposing in the minimum designs. Putting it all together.
Dr. Webster?
Yes.
May I interrupt with a question on that last slide? when we start talking about the annual footprint and where and when and relative to some finance and budget discussions we had and the importance of the surveys in the relative areas, how important, can you characterize for me how relatively important the 2,000 otoliths per area is in the sort of overall scheme of things?
I can try. This is more a question for my colleague, Dr. Stewart, but the 2,000 otoliths is a target that was devised a number of years ago, and that ensures that we have high quality age data, high quality information on the age distribution and changes in the age distribution on a regulatory area basis. So if the focus was on biological regions, for example, maybe those targets wouldn't be need to be quite so high, but at the moment we still need, it's desirable to have high quality information on a regulatory area basis. And so my understanding is that these targets are sufficient to do that. But I welcome Dr. Stewart's elaboration later on.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Webster. Go ahead, proceed, please.
Okay. So putting it all together, determining priorities and costs for each regulatory area or biological region for the next 3 years. For biological regions, if the focus were to shift to the biological region, then we could also consider designs in which whole regulatory areas may be omitted from the survey in some years. And if necessary, we will rearrange the order of the annual sampling of the sub-areas and the sub-area proposals to be fished to avoid exceeding overall budget limits. And each year we will reevaluate the priorities and projected costs following data collection on the satellite survey. And we can modify subsequent years' plans if necessary to reflect the new data and the revised cost projections. We're not setting anything in stone here. We're providing minimum designs for the scientific purposes, and in case of some designs that incorporate a consideration of secondary and tertiary objectives. But as more information comes in, as the data comes in, we will reevaluate those. Now moving on to the design proposals for 20 to 2022. The following designs, as I've noted, represent minimum designs for meeting the primary objective of sampling Pacific halibut for the assessment stock distribution. They will ensure that our precision targets are met. They will ensure that bias is kept low over those 3 years. They can be added to in order to meet other objectives related to science, logistics and cost, and resource extraction and IPHC policy. So in the designs that follow, we will see designs that account for logistics and cost in the way that they're set up. And with these and the other designs, our starting point is the full FIS grid. The grid that we used to fish prior to 2014 is not a design under consideration. It had large gaps in coverage. Those gaps had often different densities than the stations we fished previously. And while it may be logistically appealing in some respects, we can come up with more scientifically robust designs that are also appealing on a logistical basis as well. So the first proposal, we term here the high efficiency design. While it meets, so this design depends entirely on fishing sub-areas, large clusters of adjacent stations. So from the perspective of a charter operator or from the cost of the survey, this is an efficient design. The stations are all adjacent to each other. No isolated stations. Running time is reduced. So while it meets the primary objective in that respect, it also heavily emphasizes the secondary objective, and that is why we proposed it at the interim meeting. And so in 2020, this high efficiency design looks like this. Where there are gaps in coverage, those gaps are gaps of stations adjacent to each other. We've discussed the prioritization of sub-areas in 2A, 4A, and 4B. In the core areas, the gaps are the result of leaving out on a rotating basis over time, 1 or 2 of the charter regions. So over the course of 2-3 years, over the course of 2 years, all stations on the FIS footprint in those core areas of 2B to 3B, with the exception of low density stations in the inside waters of 2B, would be fished. But in any particular year, part of that regulatory area would be unfished. So by still sampling these frequently over a 2 or so year period in completeness, bias would be ensured to be kept low. And as you can see, switching to 2021, the unsampled areas shift in those core regions, and the areas we're sampling, some sub-areas we're sampling elsewhere, shift according to the priorities that we outlined here earlier. Proposal 2 is what we call a compromise design. It's our preferred option from the IPHC Secretariat point of view. It uses a randomized design in the core regulatory areas, which ensures that in any given year, there's no bias inherent in the design, and a sub-area design elsewhere. The focus is on the primary objective, but the operational efficiency is considered by fishing low density and or stable sub-areas less frequently. And this design looks like this for 2020. We can sample 948 stations, substantially fewer than we've been fishing over the course of the expansion period and even prior to the expansion, while still meeting our scientific objectives. We can still keep precision within our targets. We can still maintain low bias in the survey. And so this has a randomized design for almost all of 2B and for areas 2C, 3A, and 3B, and the sub-area design discussed in detail earlier for other regulatory areas. And over a 2-year period, every station in the core area from 2B to 3B, except the inside waters of 2B, will be sampled. So over a 2-year period, that's a complete 100% sampling design on the 10 nautical mile grid in those core areas. And 2022. So those are the 2 proposals we have going forward, with the second proposal being the IPHC staff's preferred option. And our recommendations are to the commissioners: note this paper, which provides alternatives for sampling in 2020, ranging from a full grid, sampling all 1,890 stations, to randomized and sub-area options. Our preference would be the endorsement of the preferred design, proposal 2, and also proposing any specific additions or modifications to that design that the IPHC Secretariat should consider in evaluating the scientific, logistical cost, and resource extraction policy design criteria. And I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Webster. There was a lot there. Look to the commissioners to see if they have questions for Dr. Webster. Yes, Mr. Davis.
Thanks, Ray. A couple initial questions. So you talk about, you mentioned the idea of sort of randomized clusters. Just for my understanding, if you sampled a random cluster in 1 year, is it excluded from selection for the next year of a randomized cluster? And if so, is there a period of time through which you run through all of the potential sites, and each time a site is selected, it's kind of then excluded until you start again, or how does that work?
That's a good question. This one's a little technically more difficult to undertake than to design than over a multi-year period than just a simple random design where you can start with stations you didn't fish, because in coming up with a cluster, you need adjacent stations. So the way I did this was I randomly selected a number of stations sufficiently large that when I added 3 or 4 stations around them, or 2 or 3 stations around them, that would meet the sampling target of 1,000 stations. Once you've done that in 1 year, then you've got to go back, then your starting point could be the remaining stations that you haven't fished, but that may not be sufficient to provide sufficient basis for getting all the clusters that all the stations that you need to meet your target. So this is one that would require a bit of thought in how we go forward beyond a 1 year period. Yeah, that's all I can say right now. Yep.
And then my other question is, I think there's been a fair bit of discussion with some of our delegation about, the implications of these designs and their perspectives on them, questions they may have. So I think one of the things we are thinking about is what we may need to plan for this year versus what we might undertake as an approach over the longer term. That would leave some time perhaps for some of that discussion to be filled out. So my question in that regard is, are there any of these designs that may have more or fewer implications in terms of doing them for 1 year and then potentially shifting gears to a different approach in subsequent years? Are any of them more or less sort of committing or problematic in that way?
So just to clarify, Commissioner Davis, so for example, were we to undertake the sub-area design and the core areas, for example, for a couple of years and then shift to a randomized design, is there some implication of doing that to the data that would result from that design?
Are any of them harder or more challenging to move out of if we take an approach for the coming year, but have an interest in more of a discussion about where we go over the longer term? Are any of them sort of more and less committing, if you like, to do for 1 year and more challenging to transition out of for subsequent years?
Okay, that's a good question. On the face of it, you might think a design like this would be more difficult to transition out of, in that it's kind of dependent on what happens the next 2 years and filling in those gaps. But were you to go, say, for one of these core areas in 3B, where you have quite a large gap in the middle in 2020, which would be filled in 2021 and 2022, switching from this to a randomized design doesn't, on the face of it, seem problematic, in that that gap will then be filled in the randomized design. So there's no loss by not having a different gap in subsequent years relative to having the randomized coverage throughout that area. So I don't see, and this is something I'm going to have to give some thought to, but I don't see anything obvious jumping out in terms of problems from transitioning from one type of design to another.
Mr. Yamada.
Yeah, Dr. Webster. When we switch these survey designs from year to year, you're saying that basically the data we're going to get is still sufficient enough to make decisions on the stock. But I would suppose there'd be fluctuations from, within the 3 years that stakeholders would wonder, is that really a reflection of the design of the FIS or a reflection of something happening in the stock? So there's always going to be this glooming cloud as to whether something's really happening to the stock, or is the way we look at the stock, reliable. So there's going to be some uncertainty, and this is a policy decision, but how would you take that into account in making decisions for the commissioners making decisions on that uncertain?
So thank you for the question, Commissioner Yamada. I can address this from the scientific perspective. So the reason we're proposing, when we have gaps that when we have sub areas that may not be sampled in a given year, we go back to those sub areas 2 or 3 years later, is to ensure that whatever uncertainty there is in the direction of the trend due to not sampling that area is small. So we've looked at what's happened in the past. How quickly do these sub areas change on an annual basis, or every 2 or 3 years, or so on? And that's been accounted for in deciding how frequently to survey those. So for example, in 3B, we have the first year, it's not random that we chose those 2 central areas, central charter regions, for emission in 2020. Those are the two charter regions that have been the most stable over the last few years. They over the time period. They change relatively little from year to year relative to 3B as a whole. And that's been in consideration for all of the decisions made in prioritizing which sub areas to sample. So the goal has been to maintain overall the chance of bias creeping in to be low, of meaningful bias creeping in to be low. Now I understand that a design like this, particularly in the core areas where densities are high and basically the whole of the stock assessment depends on what we catch in those areas, made folks feel uneasy, and that was reflected in the input feedback we got at the interim meeting, which is why we've proposed for those core areas a randomized design. So that's ensuring that we have sampling comprehensively, spatially comprehensive sampling throughout the core areas. So the bulk of the information going into the stock assessment is without bias. There's greater uncertainty by subsampling, by having, say, a 55 or whatever % sample rate, but it's still well within our sampling precision targets. So with all of these designs, the goal has been to keep that uncertainty in decision making and the estimation low.
Do you have a follow-up, Rich? Mr. Ryall.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation, Dr. Webster. So when you say core, I think you said on slide 23, core refers to areas 2B through 3B.
That's correct.
And then on slide 41, you are suggesting use a randomized design in the core regulatory areas and a sub-area design elsewhere. So when you say randomized here, is that just strictly randomized, or is it the randomized cluster that you spoke earlier in that?
It's strictly a randomized design. It's the one that only only considers in those core areas the primary objective of the science, whereas the randomized cluster design would, which is an alternative, would consider logistics as well.
So on the randomized cluster, part of that was trying to achieve, I guess, two objectives. One was the scientific integrity of the program, but also to deal with some issues around cost of the program. So I guess, I mean, what's the trade-off that between randomized and randomized cluster? I mean, are we really talking about much of a difference in cost? Where is it, or loss of science? I don't understand quite the play off between the two. And it seems to me that if you have a randomized design, then you could really be causing implementation problems and raising the cost quite a bit.
Right, and thank you, I appreciate the question. My focus is on the scientific side, and I'm going to leave it to my colleagues to discuss the cost implications of the different designs, as I've not been part of any evaluation of that side of things. But from a scientific point of view, a completely randomized design gets more even spatial coverage. So you would expect less variability in your estimates from one year to the next, whereas the cluster design has the gaps, or the contiguous gaps are larger. So that brings in the chance of more variability if you happen to miss a patch here or there of the distribution, but recognizing that over a 2-year period we'll be sampling all of those stations. So the chance of bias or that kind of variability, sorry, not bias, creeping in is still low. Both are viable designs from a scientific perspective.
Go ahead, Paul.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, Dr. Webster. I've got a couple questions here, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at slide 42, and it's compromise design 2020. And the first question I have is, if over a 2-year period, oh geez, it just went, there it is. Okay, so the gold ones are sampled in 2020, and let's say overall they produce a 5% up. Is the assumption is the purple the same year will be a 5% up, or how, will you average those from the year before? Or you understand what where I'm going with this question?
Yes, thank you. That's a good question, Commissioner Alverson. With the space-time modeling, the model would predict at those stations. So if those stations, at the purple stations in 2020, so if those stations are unfished in 2020, say, but on average they had a 10% higher catch rate in previous years, or they were more productive stations than the stations we fished, that would be reflected in the estimate that they get in 2020. It's not entirely dependent on the stations at which we actually observed in 2020. Previous year, past information informs that prediction. So if you had a station, say that little isolated station on the eastern side of 3B, and that was a really high station in 2019, it's not simply going to get the average of all the other stations as its value in 2020. It will be a function of whatever stations are nearby, which and not many are nearby, and what we observed for that station in 2020. So it's better than just taking an average and giving it to all parts of that regulatory area, which is what we used to do. We used to have to do prior to the space-time modeling and under the old design.
So Dr. Webster, I was wondering if you had run particularly these core areas 2B through 3B on this slide by any of the skippers or boat owners that participate in these charters. I can see running time differences. I'm wondering, is the quality of the fish going to be the same, because is there going to be more time because you have stations further apart? Have you asked some of the skippers what they think about this design from a business side of the FIST program?
Yes, my understanding is that my colleagues have been having discussions with potential bidders and are having ongoing discussions with potential bidders, and some concerns have been raised about this design relative to the designs in past years. I'll note a couple of things. This design is essentially the design we had in 2C in 2019 using the snap gear fixed gear comparison, where we randomized which stations were to be fixed with one gear or the other, 50% with one, 50% with the other. This is a slightly higher sampling rate than that, and that was successfully undertaken. The other is that we are anticipating that this design can be modified. If this is, again, this represents a minimum design. If there are stations which are isolated or which are not part of a contiguous reasonable fishing day, then we can add some of the purple stations back in to this design, and that's certainly a consideration that can be made. This is the minimum to meet the scientific objectives, but we can augment this if necessary to meet some of the other objectives.
Skipped over his follow-up question.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think Bob basically asked the question I was going to pose, but maybe I could just build upon that. Dr. Webster, similar to what Commissioner Alverson was saying, I've also heard some concerns potentially around the logistics of the randomized survey design. And so I'm wondering, have you had an opportunity to discuss the current proposal through RAB? And I know that over the years you've had an opportunity to go and speak about FIST with the SRB, but has RAB been involved at all at any point in time?
So thank you, Commissioner Ryall. This proposal has been developed over the last 7 or 8 months, which is subsequent to the previous RAB meeting. Our first opportunity with to talk to RAB about these designs will be on February 24th this year.
Mr. Yamada.
Dr. Webster, there's some considerations about probably increasing the amount of economic yield in a certain area because of its high productivity. So by, say, increasing skate numbers from, say, 6 to 8 in a particular area, does that really affect the sampling data, or is it just a wash? I mean, if we felt that you could have more economic yield in a particular area by increasing your halibut catches, does that come out as a wash if you increase the amount of skates in a particular set?
So thank you, Commissioner Yada. If I understand the question correctly, and please correct me if I've misunderstood. In terms of the scientific information, as long as we're fishing more than 3 skates per set, we consider the data equivalent for its use within the assessment and the space-time modeling. The number of skates per set has been a consideration in designing the surveys in the past in terms of meeting our otolith targets and in terms of assuring revenue neutrality. But from a scientific perspective, which is the perspective I can answer to, going from 6, 7, or 5, 6, 7, 8 skates, that's not we don't consider that affecting the data quality for science.
Further questions on this for Dr. Webster? Mr. DeGrief.
Thanks for the presentation, Ray, or Dr. Webster. My question is, you gave us 2 proposals, Proposal 1 and Proposal 2, which is more randomized. What is the flexibility with each, considering, is one more rigid in terms of the flexibility within it when you're considering cost and some of the other things you discussed? Yeah, how rigid is the actual structure?
Thank you, Commissioner Grief. They are both quite flexible in that you can add stations into those designs. They represent minimum designs. In the case of the areas, the sub-area designs, as long as you're thinking over a 3-year basis or more, there's flexibility in when you fish the different sub-areas so that you can consider cost, overall cost. If the 2022 design is prohibitive because we want to fish all the lots of high cost sub areas in 4B and 4A at once, then we can move some of them to 2021 or 2023. So there's still a lot of flexibility in either of those designs. And in the sub area design, we could add in another survey charter region if we wished. The equivalent in this design that's on the screen would be increasing the sampling rate in, say, 3A or 3B, which could be done as well in order to if that was something that needed to be done to maintain revenue neutrality, that could be, or for logistical reasons that could be considered too. So I think they're all quite flexible designs as long as the basic starting point is the minimum designs that we're proposing. You can rearrange things, the timing of things. You can increase the sampling rate in a given year.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Alverson.
So thank you. Ray, in 2B, 2C to 3B, I don't recall if you indicated, but is that a 50-50 randomization, or what is that in that area that you've in this compromise design?
Thank you, Commissioner Alverson. It represents the randomization rate that we would need in order to target 1,000 stations on a coast-wide basis. So we picked that to see if, in order to evaluate that, to see if that would still allow us to meet our data quality targets. So it represented a baseline, a minimum from which to work up from. And that did meet our data quality targets. But if we were to only apply that sampling rate, which is I think around 52 or 53%, in those areas 2B to 3B, then and the proposed sub-area design elsewhere, we'd get slightly under 1,000 stations. So that was the genesis of the sampling target, was to consider an overall design that was somewhat less effort, less cost perhaps than the design we've been fishing annually prior to 2014. And so for that, we picked 1,000 stations and what would the sampling rate require to meet that target.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Webster. We've got a little bit behind our schedule. Can remind me, Dr. Webster, or perhaps Dr. Wilson, what action you're looking for from the commission on that.
Thanks, Chair. At this point, I think the commissioners have quite a bit to think about. I think you need, or would certainly benefit from discussion with your delegations during the delegation meeting this evening, and then come back tomorrow or the next day and direct the Secretariat on how you would like us to proceed with the sampling design for 2020 and potentially beyond. So at this point, you're simply noting the presentation and the discussion that's being held, and then to take that away for evening discussion for potential decision over the coming days. And then with that, we'd move on to agenda item 6.3, which is the stock assessment presentation by Dr. Ian Stewart. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, are we going first to the independent peer review and then on to the data overview and harvest decision?
Thank you, Chair. You're right. There's a lot of stock assessment material up there. I'm going to be necessarily brief with this presentation. And so it's just a reminder that as requested by the Commission, we did undertake a fully independent peer review of the Pacific Halibut stock assessment last year. This is provided to you in document 8. I don't intend on going through the technicalities of the peer review, and the reason for that is Dr. Stewart, during his presentation, will periodically step back and refer to some of the recommendations that arose from the peer reviewer, Dr. Kevin Stokes. Mouse is not working for me. Could we just have the next slide, please? So Dr. Kevin Stokes was hired during 2019 to undertake the peer review of the stock assessment, and he provided his report in, I think, late 2019. I'm just trying to refresh my memory now. And so those recommendations were taken on board by Dr. Stewart, and then also the other staff, Dr. Ray Webster as well, because he also provided some suggested direction for improving the space-time modeling as well. As I said, I'm not going to step through the recommendations in detail because I would be duplicating the effort that Dr. Stewart is just going to walk you through, but that is provided there. Most importantly, the independent peer reviewer did acknowledge the world-class nature of the stock assessment and the work that Dr. Stewart is undertaking. And so I think that's certainly worth noting. Shouldn't be a surprise to anyone in the room who's familiar with Dr. Stewart's work, and particularly the stock assessment that he produces for us. And so with that, Chair, I think I will just pass straight to Dr. Stewart to start to walk you through the stock assessment for Pacific Halibut, and then he will just refer to how he has incorporated the recommendations from the peer reviewer in his analysis. Thank you, Chair.
All right, to the good stuff, Dr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good afternoon. I'm going to walk you through the results of this year's stock assessment from the data all the way through the management outputs that I'm sure you're all waiting for. I want to point out before I begin that we've had a bit of a change in format in how we've distributed the documents this year. You'll note that on the AM096 website, the assessment is represented with essentially an executive summary or a brief summary document. Within that document are links to our website that I've noted here under Science and Research Stock Assessment, Most Recent Stock Assessment. And there you'll find a longer stock assessment document similar to what you've seen in previous years, as well as a full overview of data sources, again, like previous years. I'll point out that in that stock assessment document, we provide a list of essentially highlights from the external review and point-by-point responses, identifying places for additional research, places where changes were made. So there's quite a bit of additional material in there that I won't have time to go through today. I'll start with a summary, as I did at the interim meeting. And to begin with, what we've seen this year in 2019 is that the survey trends were down, and this was predicted, both in terms of numbers and weight per unit effort. In addition, we've seen mixed signals in the commercial CPUE. Some regulatory areas were up and some down. As we've seen in previous years in this stock assessment, the survey and the fishery don't always match on a area by area basis, but in aggregate, they are generally fairly similar. And this year, the fishery CPUE is roughly flat coast-wide. For 2019 and moving forward, we saw a decrease in the estimated spawning biomass from 2018 to 2019. Again, this was as predicted, given weak recruitments that are working their way through the stock. We project that this will continue through 2020 for all TCEYs greater than about 18.4 million pounds, which is substantially smaller than recent yields from the stock. What this indicates is that the productivity of the stock remains low. We have some small recruitments working their way through the fishery and then subsequently into the spawning biomass over the next 3 to 5 years. And over that time period, we should expect continued decline in the spawning biomass. As you've all, I'm sure, noted, the interim management procedure results that are based on a reference fishing intensity of F46 would indicate that a substantially lower yield would be needed this year to meet that reference level. And I'll speak more to that in detail as I go along. So the outline for this presentation, and settle in, it's going to be a few minutes this afternoon. I'll be going through first the data sources, then the specific modeling results. Then I'll move into the projections for the next 3 years, discuss the reference points, the decision table at the discretion of the commissioners and the chairman. We may get a break in between the decision table, and then finally the interim management procedure results, which will break down the coast-wide results into area-specific results and all the way down to individual fishery sectors for your comparison. So to start with the big picture, you've already heard the details of Pacific halibut mortality in 2019 in a previous presentation. This is stepping back now and looking at the full time series of mortality back to the late 1800s. And you can see that in green there, the directed commercial fishery has provided the vast majority of the mortality from the Pacific halibut stock, around 2/3 of the mortality in recent years. Discard mortality in the directed fishery began sometime in the 1970s after the minimum size limit was introduced. It might have been a very small amount prior to that. That's the yellow band above that. The blue band or purplish band is the recreational mortality, including discards. Black is subsistence. And then finally, discard mortality in non-directed fisheries or commercial fisheries that are not targeting Pacific halibut is shown in purple there, ramping up rapidly in the 1960s as the foreign fleets began fishing in large amounts off the coast of Alaska and then on down into Canada and the lower 48. And then that series in recent years, as you saw in the previous presentation, comprising on the range of 15 to 20% of the overall mortality. You'll see at the very end of this time series, although the mortality in 2019 was slightly higher than 2018, we've essentially been relatively stable at just over 40 million pounds for the last 5 to 6 years. So the next, and to put that in context, the average over 100 years has been 63 million pounds with a range of 34 to 100. So we're not quite as low as we were in the late 1970s, but we're relatively close at just over 40 million pounds. Now, a new slide from the interim meeting here shows the historical landings, and this is just from the directed commercial fishery by biological region. And I've added this slide to provide a little more information on the long-term swings. On this first slide, you see that we've seen some large fluctuations in the overall magnitude of mortality from this stock. And I think that represents, although it represents management as well, it also represents the change in productivity that we've seen over time in this stock. This is a very dynamic stock with large shifts in productivity. If we drill down into that a little bit now and look at the landings by biological region, you can see that those large shifts in productivity are also related to large shifts in the distribution of that productivity. So we look back to the early part of the 1900s and you see the vast majority of the removals were coming out of region 2. Then as the fishery shifted north, we saw almost equal removals for a period from the 1920s through the 1960s. Regions 2 and 3 were producing a similar amount of mortality for the stock. And then after that, we've seen some large swings where in some time periods, we see nearly equal mortality between regions 2 and 3, and in others, we see much more of that mortality coming out of region 3. And then in the early 2000s, we saw a brief peak in region 4. And here I've collapsed region 4 with 4B because I don't have the ability to separate the two back into the early part of the time series. But you can see that after a brief period of increased yield in region 4 and 4B in the early 2000s, for the last several decades, that yield has been somewhat lower than that peak around 2000. So again, this just illustrates the dynamic nature of the yield that's available from this stock, both over time and over space. And I think if we've learned anything from 100 years, it's that we shouldn't expect constant yield from the stock or from any one portion, geographic portion of the stock, no matter what we do to manage it. So you've seen this figure from my colleague, Dr. Webster. This reflects the modeled survey results. And again, the percentages reflect the percent change from 2018 to 2019. Dr. Webster's already spoken to this, but I want to call out in particular region 3, which showed a 10% decline from 2018 to 2019, following a decline in the subsequent 2 years before that. We saw a very large decline from 2016 to 17 in both region 2 and 3. And where that's flattened out somewhat in region 2, it's continued downward at a relatively rapid pace in region 3 in terms of numbers of fish caught on our survey. The setline survey, as analyzed through the space-time model, also provides us with our best estimate of the biological stock distribution. So here I'm showing you the time series based on all sizes of survey weight per unit effort, the relative percent of the stock occurring in each of the biological regions. And you can see that region 3 in blue in the middle there has been declining in its contribution to the overall stock since somewhere around the early 2000s. The most recent several years have illustrated that this decline is continuing, where just 2 to 3 years ago it appeared that it might have stabilized. It no longer looks that way. It looks like the percent of the stock that's represented in what is really the core of the stock has continued to decrease for several more years at the end of this long time period. And again, as we collect new information, this data point in 2019 actually reduced our estimate for 2018 as well. If you noticed in Dr. Webster's presentation, it drew that point down as well. And that's part of the space-time model, is analyzing not only the catch in a single year, but also essentially smoothing that catch rate over time. On the ends of the stock, region 4 and region 2, you can see that the percent of the stock comprised by those regions has actually been increasing over this same time period. So what we've seen over the last decade and a half is a gradual shift of biomass from the core of the stock to the ends of the stock, to region 4 and region 2, with region 4B being a very small part of the overall stock and relatively constant over the recent several decades. Now I'm going to move into the modeled survey trends for O32 or legal size WPUE, and I'll break these out by individual regulatory area because this is the time series that is most comparable to the directed commercial fishery catch rates reported in logbooks. In addition, the O32 WPUE serves as the basis for the stock distribution that's used in the interim management procedure, which I'll speak to toward the end of this presentation. So these results here are particularly important when it comes to determining how the yield is going to be distributed based on the interim management procedure in the upcoming year. And I'll note a couple of highlights on this figure and then a couple of places that aren't so high. 3B in the middle panel here was up 26%. Unfortunately, that was up from the lowest point we'd observed in the time series in 2018. But nonetheless, that's the first time in several years we've seen an increase in region 3B. You see in the upper left-hand corner, region 2A was up 9%. That was the second largest increase of an individual regulatory area. Noting, however, that the confidence intervals are slightly wider in that area. And again, starting at a relatively low level. The biggest decrease we saw from 2018 to 2019 was regulatory area 3A, which is the center left panel, down 17%, noting that that is more than 3 times the coastwide average. And so when I get there in the interim management procedure results, we can expect a pretty big change in the distribution of yield based on the interim management procedure due to this very large drop in regulatory area 3A from 18 to 2019. At the coastwide level, with the bottom right-hand panel, you can see that the stock came down relatively rapidly through about 2010. And then we've had a period of some stability after 2010 with a relatively gradual decline starting around 2016. And as you'll see, this corresponds quite closely to our estimate of what the biomass has done over that time period, with the survey results being down just 5% from 2018 to 2019. Moving now into the reported fishery trends, unlike at the interim meeting where I actually broke these down into gear types, I'm not going to do that today. You can find that in the larger documentation that's available. I just want to focus on the bigger picture here. So these trends represent the fixed gear trends reported in the logbooks by individual regulatory area. Again, the percentages reflect the percent change from 2018 to 2019. In black here are the raw percent change, but we know that these logbooks are still incomplete. And so we've developed a correction that takes into account the amount of change we've seen after the assessment's completed, but before the following year is done over the previous 8 years. And so what you see here is that the percentages in red reflect what we expect to see when we get the rest of the logbooks. And unfortunately, it generally makes the picture more pessimistic, which is why we need to make this correction. It's not just uncertainty about the estimate, it's actually those logs that we get late in the season or pick up in the early season of the next fishing year tend to drag that average down. So I would encourage you to think about the red numbers as our best estimate of the percent change from 2018 to 2019. Again, here we see 3B standing out as the highest increase, with 2A next in line after that. And 3A, although not showing nearly as large an increase as 3B, definitely does not show the same kind of trend that we saw in the setline survey. So the 3A commercial fishery catch rates were up by 5% from 2018 to 2019. In the bottom right-hand panel, you see the coastwide aggregate is up just 1%. And that's very consistent with the time series that we see from the survey overall, which is a long decline down to around 2010 and then relatively stable after that, perhaps with a little decrease at the end of the time series represented by the observations from 2018 and 2019. Again, there's more detail and gear-specific trends available in the data document on the website. I'll move now into some of the biological results. So this figure shows you the average weight of a fish, a Pacific halibut, that was landed in each of these individual regulatory areas. Again, here, area 4 and 4B are combined so that I can extend this time series farther back in time. The black line down the center illustrates the coastwide average, and you can see here that the average weight of a Pacific halibut landed was also declining over that time period from the 90s through about 2010. And we've seen, although a little bit of variability, a somewhat stable trend since around 2010 or 11, with a considerable variability among the individual regulatory areas. Regulatory area 2C, the red triangles at the top there, has consistently landed the largest fish on the coast for the last couple of decades. Now, the average size of fish landed at the dock includes both the average weight at age as well as the age structure of the stock. So in itself, it doesn't tell us exactly why this is occurring. If we look to the weight at age, this panel shows you a smooth female weight at age at ages 8, 10, 12, 14, and 16. And I'm showing you the smooth data because there's a substantial amount of variability among individual areas, among different ages, and it's easier to see the general trends here. I would encourage you to go on our website under the survey tab and look at the interactive, and you can actually see the raw weighted age that's observed by regulatory area and really drill down in. There's some interesting patterns in there. But to bring that back up to a coastwide aggregate, what you can see here is similar to the average weight landed at the dock, in that it was declining fairly substantially from that period from the 90s through somewhere around 2010, and then has generally flattened off since then, with perhaps some sign of improvement at the youngest ages at the end of this time series. So ages 8, 10, and 12, the bottom 3 series there, are showing some indication of improving size at age over just the last several years. However, I'll note that age 16 at the top is still showing signs of decline. Now, I've picked this age range, 8 to 16, because this represents somewhere around 80 to 90% of the commercial catch of Pacific halibut. So this is essentially the age range that we care about most in terms of determining the amount of yield that will be available to the stock. So I think it's early to say that this is good news here, but it's certainly not continued bad news with regard to size at age. I'll move now into the other component relating to the weight of fish landed at the dock, which is the ages themselves. And I'll begin with our survey collections. This figure shows you the age on the y-axis and the year on the x-axis, with the size of the circle representing the proportion of the catch by the survey in that year at that age. And there are 2 colors here. In blue are the male Pacific halibut and red are females. And this includes all sizes of fish. So this gives us a look not only at the legal size fish, but fish all the way down to age 5, which we see very rarely in the commercial fishery landings. Now, because I've plotted 1 year at 1 year increments on the y-axis and 1 year increments on the x-axis, a strong diagonal like the 87 year class that I'm showing you here represents a year class working its way through. Each year that year class gets 1 year older, and so it moves diagonally up and to the right on this particular figure. You can see that that particular year class was very important to the age structure of the stock, continuing on out until it was 20 years and greater. Then subsequently, we've seen a shift back toward an average age in the survey that's much younger, say around 10 to 12 years old. And in recent years, the 2005 year class has been numerically the most abundant in the survey catch. So the largest circles, if you added up the males and females together, the largest circles over the last 4 to 5 years have occurred from this 2005 year class. However, starting in 2018, we saw some indication of the 2011 and 2012 year classes. We saw them for the first time in 2018, and as I'm sure you remember, it created some additional uncertainty in the stock assessment. So we were getting mixed signals on these year classes, and that led to larger confidence intervals in the stock assessment and perhaps some additional variability in the results of last year's assessment. Now, the good news is that we've seen those year classes again for a second time in the 2019 data. So those fish are now 7 and 8 years old in the 2019 data. You can see those are highlighted by the blue arrows at the end of the time series. And so this is good news that we can see these 2 year classes tracking forward from 2018 to 2019. And I don't have time to run through all of the various data sets, but in the data overview document, you can look and see that not only are we seeing these year classes in the set line survey, but we're also seeing them in the non-directed fishery catches. We're seeing them in the recreational catches. And as I'll show you in a minute, we're just starting to see the first hint of these in the commercial fishery landings as well. So these are essentially being corroborated by all the various data sets that we have. However, these year classes are not showing up in the same relative abundance across all the regulatory areas. And so part of the explanation for the decrease that we saw in 2019 in regulatory area 3A is that we did not see these particular year classes in as large of an abundance as we did in some of the other regulatory areas. And that's how we can see such a larger drop there than we saw in some of the other regulatory areas. So we had some new data for this year's stock assessment. And in fact, as I'll speak to in a few minutes, this year's stock assessment was really built around including this new information. You may have recalled, if you've been reading the detailed stock assessment documents, we've been producing since 2013, we've been conducting sensitivity analyses to illustrate how sensitive our stock assessment models are to the sex ratio of the commercial fishery. Because it comprises 2/3 of the overall mortality to the Pacific halibut stock, this single source makes a big difference in our understanding of the stock dynamics. And we've been highlighting that through these sensitivity analyses. Well, over that same time period, we've also been developing a method to directly analyze and understand the sex ratio in the commercial fishery. And so in 2019, our biological and ecosystem science program produced for the first time, based on fin clips collected in the ports, a comprehensive analysis of the sex ratios from the 2017 and 18 commercial fisheries. And what you see here is the results of that by biological region. And what we can see right away is that our fishery catches primarily females. And this is not uncommon for flatfish species where females grow much larger than males, whether it's longline fisheries or trawl fisheries, where you have highly dimorphic growth between males and females, meaning that the females generally get much bigger than the males. You often see fishery catches or landings that are skewed highly toward females. And that in itself is not a bad thing, but you need to know that in order to be able to calculate the effects of the stock. And so that's been the big missing piece, is that although we knew that the commercial landings were dominated by females, we can see that in our survey data, and anybody who's on the water can tell you that, without specific quantitative data to fit to in the models, we were not able to include that information directly into the stock assessment models. So those models were predicting a highly female skewed ratio of catches. So the models were predicting that more than half of the catch by number would be females. And since females get larger than males, that would be the vast majority by weight, but not quite as high as we actually saw in the data. And this was something that as we went along doing these pilot studies, many of you here participated in the pilot studies that as we ramped up over several years to be able to collect these data, noted that we were seeing, every time we did a pilot study, we were seeing more females than we thought might be there in the data. And so now that we have the quantitative information, we can fit to this in the stock assessment models. And as you'll see, that it does have an effect on this year's results. So this was the result from 2017, coastwide average of 82% female, ranging from 65% in region 4B up to 92% in region 4, which includes 4A and 4C, D, and E. We then subsequently got the data for 2018, and I don't have the percentages on here, but they're within 1% or 2% of the values from 2017. I think it was just over 80% at the coastwide level. So very stable over this time period. Now, this is an important point, is that we now have new information about the sex ratio, but that doesn't mean something's changed on the water. We assume that the catches have been largely dominated by females for decades, probably somewhat less so back when in the 1970s and 80s, when size at age was different. We would expect more males in the catch during that time period. But we would expect things like sex ratio to change relatively slowly over time. And in fact, that's what we see in these first 2 years of data. And it'll be very interesting to see moving forward as we are able to collect more data and get a better signal, whether this is really a very stable feature of the Pacific halibut fishery. Moving now into the fishery ages, what you see in this figure is our black circles, which represent males and females combined for all years except 2017 and 2018. So this is the same information I just showed you from the survey, except we only have males and females delineated for 2017 and 18. Again, you can see that very strong 1987 year class, which we estimate to have produced over 200 million pounds of removals from that single year class over its lifespan from the early 90s through the 2000 teens. At the end of the time series, you can see, similar to the setline survey, over the last 3 years, we've seen the 2005 year class be the most important year class in contributing to the commercial catch. However, as I noted before, in 2019, we saw for the first time an indication of these 2011 and 12 year classes first moving into the directed commercial fishery. And these fish, I'm sure a lot of you who were on the water this year encountered many of these fish. These fish were probably straddling the legal size limit. So you would have seen a lot of these fish that were not large enough to keep with a 32-inch minimum size limit, and some that just exceeded that minimum size limit. And that's consistent with what we saw on our setline survey. In fact, in several regulatory areas, the vast majority of the sublegal fish that we captured were from these 2 year classes. So we did get a much better read on the strength of these year classes in the 2019 data than we did in 2018. I'll move now to round out the data section. I'll move into the ecosystem conditions. We have known for decades that the Pacific decadal oscillation, which is just a metric of overall productivity and ecosystem or environmental state in the Gulf of Alaska, is correlated with Pacific halibut recruitment. We don't have a mechanism for this, So it is just a correlation, but what we've seen is that on average, in periods when the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, which is plotted here on this figure, is positive or green dots, and the black line is just a smoother to help you visualize where it's above and below that central tendency. When the Pacific Decadal Oscillation is positive, on average, we tend to see better Pacific halibut recruitment. It does not predict an individual year class well at all, but over a period of years to decades, on average, it tends to improve the predictability of Pacific halibut recruitment. And conversely, when it's low, we tend to see lower average recruitment. And I think that's important currently because the recruitments that are going to be most important to the stock over the next 3 to 5 years are going to be those born from 2007 through 2013, really 2006 onward. Now, as I just showed you, we've got a mixed signal here. So the data have been suggesting that we had quite low recruitment leading up to 2011 and 12, and perhaps slightly better in 2011 and 12. So I think, again, that illustrates that this isn't predicting individual year classes, but as a group of years, it is consistent with what we've seen. Sorry, I need to go on there. I'll also note that this is a historical correlation, and moving forward, we've seen many changes over the last 5 years, 5 to 6 years in the Gulf of Alaska as well as the Bering Sea. And so there's no guarantee that these correlations are going to hold up over time. Because we don't understand the mechanism, it's very difficult to say whether or not we should expect that this continues to be correlated with Pacific halibut recruitment moving into the future, as the conditions are really quite different than anything we've seen over the historical time series. And on that same theme, with regard to ecosystem conditions, I'll note that I'm drawing much of my information for this section from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center's ecosystem reports to the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. There's a link there. There's a fairly extensive analysis each year of the ecosystem conditions, particularly those conditions that might be relevant to commercial species as well as prey species and others. And I'm just pulling a few highlights out for you here. That document is several hundred pages. The important things, I think, for Pacific halibut are, particularly in the Bering Sea, very low sea ice in the winters of 17, 18, and 18 and 19, which reduced the cold pool in the Bering Sea, which is the primary structuring environmental condition for that ecosystem. And that's led to some very different distributions for Pacific cod, for pollock, and we're starting to see evidence of that for Pacific halibut. So the chart on the right shows you the all sizes weight per unit effort, just isolating in on the northern Bering Sea shelf area. And you can see that although the density is very low, 6 pounds per skate is not going to draw anybody up there to go fishing, but it does represent nearly a 50% increase over the last 6 to 8 years in that area. So we are seeing the sort of trend we might expect with warmer waters and many species shifting farther northward. This is going to have implications for the boundary between US and Russian waters. It's going to have implications for food availability and overlap among competing species. In addition, over this time period, we've seen some very anomalous bird and salmon and marine mammal mortality events. And those aren't necessarily representative of what's going on with Pacific halibut, but it's just important to note that the ecosystem, particularly in the Bering Sea, has been very different in the last few years. And that's why, as you saw in Dr. Webster's presentation, we've proposed for 2020 to do essentially a full survey of the Bering Sea setline survey grid locations that are located in the northern Bering Sea, because we feel that predictability of stock distribution in that area and perhaps even mortality and survival is at an all-time low. And we definitely don't want to collect too few data to be able to identify any potential trends that are occurring there. So I'm going to move now into the modeling results. That was an overview of the data. And as was noted in the previous presentation by Dr. Wilson, this 2019 stock assessment was a full rebuild. So we revisited all aspects of the data and the models. We built this assessment around essentially two new sources of data. We had the increased precision in the modeled survey updates, including the 3A and 3B expansions. But not just that, we had now completed the 6-year expansion. And as Dr. Webster noted, we've been missing roughly a third of the stations in our survey design. And to be frank, we learned a lot over 6 years about halibut abundance in those areas that had never been sampled before. all of the designs he showed you earlier are a distinct improvement over the historical design where we had unknown bias in areas that we'd never sampled. So the model was built around that source of information as well as around the new commercial sex ratio data. And in order to do that, we are now able to estimate directly in the model the relative selectivity of male and female Pacific halibut in the commercial fishery based on these new data and essentially fit the information better than we have in the past. Now, I'd like to point out that these new data apply only to the directed commercial fishery. And so we already know that the recreational fisheries, subsistence fisheries, and the mortality from non-directed fisheries all include Pacific halibut that are on average much younger than we see in the directed commercial fishery. And therefore, there's much less dimorphic growth between males and females, and likely a much higher proportion of males in all of those sources. And we model them as such in the stock assessment model. So this change is primarily occurring just in the treatment of the commercial data. We had a two-part review process. So we had not only the independent peer review that was just discussed from Dr. Kevin Stokes, but we also went through the normal IPHC Scientific Review Board review in June. Those were essentially occurring in parallel, and then the Scientific Review Board was able to review the results of the independent review again in September. So for me, it was a very busy year. We scrutinized all the data and models, and we went through essentially 2 complete reviews with the stock assessment. I think we've made some distinct improvements, although overall the basic structure of these models has changed very little over the last 5 to 6 years. And as you'll see, the basic results really haven't changed much either. So this is the time series estimated from this year's stock assessment. The blue intervals show you the results from this year's assessment, with the lighter areas being less certain, the confidence intervals extending out all the way to the dashed lines, the dark blue band down the center, showing you the median estimate from this year's stock assessment. And you'll note a couple of things. The first is that, particularly in the historical period, we estimate a larger biomass in this year's stock assessment. And that larger biomass is because we now think, well, actually, we were probably catching quite a lot more females during that time period than we thought. And so we had to have a larger biomass to be able to support that and still see the trends that we've seen over this same time series. So that's the response of the new data coming into the model. However, as you move to the end of the time series, each of those black series shows you the results of one of the stock assessments beginning in 2012 all the way up to 2018. And the red dots indicate the estimate of biomass that I presented to you at the end of each of those stock assessments. So those red dots essentially are the history of the results as they've played out over the last 7 years. And now with an 8th year on top of that, you see that at the end of the time series, the trend is very similar. We still estimate that the stock came down from historically high biomass levels in the late 1990s through around 2010. The spawning biomass was increasing through about 2016, which was consistent with the results that we were getting out of the stock assessments over that time period. And then since 2016, we estimate that the stock has been declining slowly. And that's been a consistent result over the last 4 stock assessments, including 2019. So really no surprises here. In fact, I was prepared for a potentially larger change when I first saw the new sex ratio information. Now, the stock assessment is comprised of 4 individual models, and this was something that we spent a lot of time with our external reviewer discussing potential extensions. Should we have more models in this mix? Should we have less? Should we have a different set of models? We proposed to the external review as well as the scientific review board several additional axes of uncertainty, natural mortality. We've investigated the stock recruit function. And in the end, both processes concluded that although there is additional uncertainty that we're not capturing with these 4 models, that adding a huge number of additional models or even a modest number of additional models really wasn't going to improve our perception of either the stock trend or the scale of our spawning biomass estimate. So for the time being, we are retaining the same 4 individual stock assessment models, which don't all agree, but they all give us a very similar perspective on where we've been in recent history. Again, all showing that decline beginning somewhere around 2016 or 17 and continuing on to 2019. And sorry, I did want to mention here that there is closer correspondence between these 4 models this year than there was last year. And again, last year that That divergence in 2 of these models was primarily due to the interpretation of the very little data we had on these incoming year classes for 2011 and 12. It did not show up consistently across all the regulatory areas, and therefore, depending on how you aggregated and analyzed the data, you could get a slightly different trend. Again, this has been tightened up this year with a second observation of those year classes. Unfortunately, it's going to be several more years until I can tell you for sure just how big those year classes are. But I can say now at the moment that they are definitely bigger than what we've seen from 2006 through 2010. And now here are the recruitment estimates from each of the 4 models. And you'll note that the scale of these recruitment estimates varies quite dramatically. This is age 0 recruits, and natural mortality is the primary factor in scaling these. And natural mortality estimates among these 4 models vary pretty substantially. So what's important on this figure is not the absolute magnitude, it's the relative trend of these recruitment estimates. And if you just pick a color and trace it across the chart here, you can see that without exception, the lowest recruitments in the last 30 years have occurred from 2006 to 2010. And these are going to be particularly important for our near future for the productivity of the stock as well as the yield available to our fisheries, because essentially we now have 5-week year classes in the pipeline, and we need to get past these year classes in order to see essentially better conditions for the stock. The 2011 and 12 year classes are estimated to be substantially higher than that period from 2006 to 2010, but I'd like to note that at least at present, they are not estimated to be as high as the 2005 and 1999 year classes, which were previously the two best. So although this is a distinct improvement over the last few years, we're not looking at productivity going all the way back up to what we saw even a decade ago. And I think that's going to be important for tempering our expectations about the amount of yield that may be available in the near future for this stock. Now, looking forward, if we consider how is the fishery going to be interacting with these year classes, the figure that I just showed you indicated that we're just starting to see the first hint of the 2011 and 12 year classes in the fishery data. So as we move forward, these fisheries are going to be focusing on primarily 8 to 16-year-old fish. And as you can see, over the next 2 years, we're going to see an increasing reliance on these young year classes, and we're going to be straddling this gap. So the 2006 through 2010 recruitments are going to be increasingly important to fishery yield and to the stock biomass. Now, with regard to stock biomass, while the fishery is accessing fish that are roughly 8 to 16 years old, the stock biomass is going to be based on fish that are 11 and a half years old and up. So 50% maturity for a female Pacific halibut at about 11 and a half years. So spawning biomass is going to lag behind the fishery. The fishery is going to be picking up some of that yield in those 11 and 12 year classes before the spawning biomass gets there. It won't be until 2022 that we really start to see a contribution to the spawning biomass from these year classes in 2011 and 2012. So again, we can expect at least 2 to 3 more years of decreasing spawning biomass just to get over this gap in recruitment. And although it takes several years to estimate the relative magnitude of recruitment, even the 2010 year class, we now have 4, maybe even a little bit of the 5th year of information telling us that that was a weak year class. So I would say at this point, we're relatively certain that those were all weak year classes from 2006 through 2010. I'll now move into the projections, and I've just told you what they're going to look like, so here they are. The basis for these projections is a constant mortality limit, not an SPR over the next 3 years, and that's important because an SPR is a policy, an SPR is a policy where you might choose to pick a fishing intensity and try to stick to that. But what we actually set for limits are mortality limits, and those mortality limits may turn out to be not exactly like the limits that were set. And then when we re-estimate the stock size, we may actually get a different SPR. And so it's important to remember that when I project in the stock assessment, what we're projecting is a mortality limit rather than a policy, where when my colleague, Dr. Alan Hicks, comes up probably tomorrow morning to talk to you about harvest strategy and management procedures, in that case, he's actually talking about SPR because he's talking about picking a policy, not necessarily translating that into a specific amount of yield for a particular year. The next point I'd like to make about these projections is that to our current understanding, the estimates of the 2011 and 12 year classes are already included. So don't think that these are looking pessimistic, but maybe this 11 and 12 year class is going to help us out. No, they're already built in there. So what we see is already being buffered by the effect of these fish coming in over the next several years. You don't see that effect again, though, until 2022 to 2023, because most of those year classes, the fish in those year classes will not be mature until that time period. And then finally, I have to be able to distribute the mortality to calculate how it's going to occur across sectors. And I've done that based on the interim management procedure, which I'll describe in more detail at the end of this presentation. So moving into the projections, the first is a projection for the next 3 years under no fishing. So this is no fishing mortality of any kind, including non-directed Pacific halibut fisheries, so fisheries targeting other species. And I include this every year so that we can get a sense of what is the inherent productivity that could be available to this stock if no Pacific halibut died due to fishing mortality. And here you can see that it's pretty limited over the next few years. Essentially, over 3 years, we could get back to roughly where we were in 2016 in the absence of any fishing mortality. And that just indicates the relatively low productivity of the stock as we've got these weak year classes moving forward. The next projection is the 3-year surplus. So this is the level of mortality that would correspond to a 50% chance of stock decline in 3 years. So essentially we have a 50-50 chance of being right where we are now 3 years from now at this level of removals, which is 18.4 million pounds, roughly half of where we were in 2019. So again, just an indication of the relatively low amount of yield available from the stock currently. The next projection is the reference level, or F46%. I'll speak in a few slides to the basis for the F46%. But what I want to point out here is that even under this as a harvest or management procedure, we would expect continued decline. So although an F46 is a relatively conservative level of fishing intensity for a groundfish species, under the current biological conditions for the Pacific halibut stock, we would expect continued decline at roughly the same rate we've seen since 2016, given a reference level of fishing intensity and a TCY corresponding to that in 2020 moving forward. Finally, also provide the projection based on the status quo TCEY, which was 38.61 million pounds in 2019. This would correspond to an F40% moving forward, which would be a higher level of fishing intensity than the reference level, and a higher level of fishing intensity than we estimate to have occurred in 2019. And the reason for that is, well, if you keep the quotas the same but the stock's going down, then it would have to correspond to a slightly higher level of fishing intensity in the upcoming year than the same quotas did last year. So that's why that level of fishing intensity continues up. But the point I wanted to make here is that we don't project that the stock is going to be in a crisis state over the next 3 years at this level of removals. In fact, if I go back, you can see a difference in the trend there over that time period from F46 to F40, but it's relatively small difference. And the reason for that is a large part of the projected decrease in the stock is not due to fishing. It's due to the environmental conditions, due to size at age, and it's primarily due to these weak year classes that are moving their way through the stock. And so what that means is that the effect of fishing on the stock is relatively small. And I'll speak a little bit more to that in a few slides when I get to reference points. So now that wraps up the projections, and now I will move into reference points. And reference points are another place where we got substantial input from our review processes this year, both the external and the SRB. We spent a lot of time explaining to our reviewers what the IPHC's current interim management procedure looks like, both the pieces that we have in place as well as the pieces that we don't have in place relative to many management procedures that are used on similar fish species. So there are 3 common relative spawning biomass reference points. And by relative spawning biomass, I mean relative to the biomass you would have if you weren't fishing the stock. So what we want to know when we measure relative spawning biomass is how much have we reduced the stock by the act of fishing. We're not so interested in what's happening with the environment, except as it interacts with our ability to fish on the stock. So for relative spawning biomass, we have 2 reference points currently. SB 20%, which we treat as a biological limit. This is essentially a no-go zone. You'll see it coded in red on the upcoming figures. SB 20%, if we were to drop below 20% of the biomass that we would expect to have if we weren't fishing at all, would constitute a conservation concern. That's low. We don't know what the dynamics would be at that level. We've not been to that level, and we don't want to go there. That's a precautionary limit such that that's a size of relative spawning biomass that we would not want to see, because we don't know what the long-term effect on the stock would be. Now at SB 30%, we have what's called a fishery trigger. And this is where we recognize that we're getting close to that SB 20%. So we want to begin to reduce the level of fishing intensity, but it's not a problem to be at that level. It just means that as we drop below 30%, the interim management procedure would suggest that we should begin to reduce our level of fishing intensity in order to avoid continued approach of SB 20%. Now, what's missing in the current interim management procedure is an explicit spawning biomass target. We have not, and the Commission has not specified a target historically. And so that's something that's under development. You'll hear quite a bit more from my colleague, Dr. Alan Hicks, tomorrow during his presentation about potential targets that may meet the objectives of the Commission. The second type of reference points are with regard to fishing intensity. And so this is now not measuring the effect on the spawning biomass, but measuring the actual level of fishing intensity that's being exerted on the stock. We currently have a reference level of F46%. And what that means, that 46% means that we've reduced the lifetime spawning output of a fish down to 46% of what it would have been if we hadn't been fishing. So more than half of the reproductive output's been removed. Well, more than half, that kind of sounds like a lot, but actually that's relatively conservative. I'll note that in many processes, overfishing would not be determined until you got down to a level of approximately F35%. It would be consistent with some of the species managed in Canadian waters and particularly a number of species managed in Alaskan waters. Overfishing would be defined at 35%. So 46 is a smaller reduction, indicating that F46 is a relatively conservative policy for fish with biology like Pacific halibut. Now, we don't have a limit specified, and it's not entirely clear that the reference level necessarily serves as a target. We instituted this several years ago to provide for continuity between annual processes so we could have a constant point of reference, but it has not been adopted as specifically as a target level of fishing intensity. So that's the overall look at our current interim management procedure and reference points. Now, as I mentioned, we spent a considerable amount of time with our review this year discussing appropriate reference points. And we noted that something that's been included in the Pacific halibut stock assessment for a number of years was this use of historical relative spawning biomass, or fixed reference points based on an arbitrary period in the past, reflecting biology some time ago and not the current biology. And so what we proposed this year, and both sets of reviews agreed, was to move to what I'll call a dynamic relative spawning biomass that reflects the current biology of the stock. So now it provides us with a result of what's the relative spawning biomass relative to unfished condition currently, not reflecting changes in size at age and changes in recruitment that are driven by environmental and other dynamics rather than the effect of fishing. And so you can see this has changed our perception of where the stock currently is, where last year I reported to you that we were at SB 43% and headed downward fairly rapidly to SB 38% projected for 2020. This year we now estimate we're substantially below that at 32%, but relatively stable and actually projected to be at the same level we were at the beginning of 2019 before the removals or mortality occurred in 2019. So this is quite a different perception of the stock, and I've got a figure here to help you better understand this change. So this figure shows the relative spawning biomass time series beginning in the early 1990s, and the reference points are on here as well. So the red zone in the bottom indicates a relative spawning biomass below that SB 20%. The dashed line across the middle represents that SB 30% fishery trigger, where if we dip below that and we know it, we would recommend a decrease in the relative level of fishing intensity. And the blue line with the blue shaded band around it represents our best estimate of the recent time series. And so you can see that the relative spawning biomass was going down rapidly through about 2012. What this means is we were fishing the stock hard enough that every year we were driving the spawning biomass down. Now in 2012, something happened and the relative spawning biomass actually began increasing over that time period. Even though I just showed you in the projection that the absolute spawning biomass, or the amount of fish in the water, was actually continuing to go down over part of this time period, the relative spawning biomass started to improve. And what that means is that we had actually reduced the effect of fishing on the stock to the point where the relative spawning biomass was actually slightly better. And in fact, in 2015, it went back up above that 30% line. Now, I will note that during that time period, from 2009 to 2015, we were not using these reference points. So obviously we did not identify that we were below there. And so it's not a fair comparison to say, well, what would we or would we not have done during that time period, because we didn't have this kind of information available to us at that time period. However, it is important to note that this is the relative spawning biomass has been increasing since about 2012 and just starting to stabilize at the end of this time series here, indicating that our effective fishing has actually been considerably lighter over the last 5 to 8 years than it had been over the previous decade and a half. Now that logically brings us into the fishing intensity itself. So this is now a time series of fishing intensity, and you can see over that time period where the stock was declining rapidly, particularly the early 2000s, we were fishing at a level of fishing intensity that we now retrospectively understand to have been very high over that time period. You can also see that right when this starts to turn around 2011, 12, and 13, that was the time period when the Commission, through reducing its catch limits, brought the level of fishing intensity down quite rapidly from a high in 2010 to roughly comparable levels in 2014 to what we've seen subsequently. So essentially the level of fishing intensity was brought down rapidly over a 4 to 5 year period, and it's remained fairly consistent since then, much closer to the level of productivity that's actually indicated by the stock. Now the purple line at the end there represents the F46 reference level. And that level, recalling back to the 2016 stock assessment, we established that in 2016 as what we then estimated to have been the average level of fishing intensity over the time period 2014 to 2016. And I'll note that if we did that, sorry, that's the F46, if we did that again today, we would now estimate that over that same time period, we were actually fishing the stock at closer to an F41% level of fishing intensity, or a higher level of fishing intensity than we estimated at the time. Now you might say, well, that's a pretty big difference, a 5% difference. Well, we've seen over this last 4 to 5 years, we've seen a change. Each year, we don't get exactly the same estimate of fishing intensity back that we had the year before. And this level of variability, 4 to 5%, is something that we have seen across assessments. Last year, the level of fishing intensity was estimated to be somewhat lower, and this year it's a little bit higher. The difference in this year's stock assessment is that we now have another source of information indicating this information, and that is the sex ratio information from the commercial fishery has served to move this up in the historical time series. And so although we should continue to expect quite a bit of variability in these estimates, the confidence intervals here are substantial. You'll note that those the whiskers on the boxes here extend over a broad range of fishing intensity, indicating that we're not sure exactly how hard we're fishing the stock at any given point. But the change this year was driven by new information rather than just assessment to assessment variability. So I think it's worth another look and another consideration of our historical perspective on where F46 came from and what we think was probably occurring during that same time period now. So this last plot, and I apologize, at the interim meeting, I went right to this plot without the previous two, and I think it was probably a little hard to digest. So this plot has a large amount of information on it, but it's really just the previous two plots put together. So the y-axis is fishing intensity relative to that F46 reference level, and the x-axis is spawning biomass relative to the SB 30% trigger. So this is the same time series I just showed you in the previous two plots. And this time period here, when you see the black dots, which are each year over that time series going all the way to 2019, which is the purple dot in the middle, that's that time period when we estimate the stock to have dropped below a relative spawning biomass of 30%. And then subsequently, the level of fishing intensity was reduced due to the commission reducing the catch limits, and the stock responded, and the relative spawning biomass went back up above that 30% level. This is exactly how fisheries management is intended to proceed, is that when the stock is dropping, fishing intensity is lowered, and the stock responds. This is actually good news. It means that we see a response to our actions, even if it's not a huge response. A lot of that variability is being driven by the environment, but here we can isolate just the components of fishing and see that, yes, over that time period, the stock did respond in the way we would hope when we reduce the level of fishing intensity. So I'm not going to say a whole lot about the overall summary table, just to indicate that both in the summary document and in the larger documentation, you can find a variety of different reference points and comparisons, delineating the removals into retained and discarded catch, looking at trends in fishing intensity and trends in relative spawning biomass. Noting that this year's stock assessment, the biomass is pretty consistent, just under 200 million pounds female spawning biomass, pretty consistent to where we've estimated the stock to have been for several years now. Okay, this brings me to the last section, perhaps before a quick pause before the interim management procedure results, and that is the harvest decision table. So you'll recall from previous years, and we haven't changed this table in several years now, that the decision table provides you with a risk-benefit analysis. It provides benefits or yield across the top and the relative risk of various things occurring in the center of the table. And it's reported as a chance out of 100 of essentially something bad happening at a given level of removals. Now, we divide this table into 3 sections. The first section on the left is very low exploitation rates so that we can see some contrast in the table. The section in the center is a range of values from the 3-year surplus of 18.4 million pounds of TCEY, all the way up, in this case, in this year's table, all the way up to the status quo at 38.6 million pounds. And that's a broad range of projected levels of fishing intensity as well, from an F63 to an F40. Noting, however, that there's considerable uncertainty around the level of fishing intensity that will actually result from those. And the 4th row down there shows you the confidence interval around that estimate of fishing intensity, and it's quite broad. And that's reflective of the fact that each year we do get new estimates, and these models do change over time. Now, on the far right, we also have at least one very large removal, in this case 60 million pounds of TCEY. Again, in order to provide some contrast in the table so we can see, well, what would happen under a much higher level of mortality to the stock. And I'm not going to go through the entire decision table, but I do want to go through a couple of sections. The first section is with regard to stock trend or actual spawning biomass. And so the way you'd read this is, what is the probability that the spawning biomass, the female spawning biomass in the water in 2021 is less than it is now at the beginning of 2020? And that would be the top row. We provide for each year, we provide 2 metrics. What's the probability it's less than this year, and what's the probability it's at least 5% less than this year? And then we provide that for 3 years moving into the future. And you can see in the center, on the left, you can see that at the 3-year surplus, there is exactly a 50% chance, or 50 out of 100 chance, that the stock will be at or below where we are now in 2023. So that's the definition of that column. That's the break-even point, essentially, for 3 years. In the center of that table, at the reference level, you see relatively high probabilities, ranging from 89% chance of decline in 1 year down to 75% chance of decline in 3 years in 2020, and slightly lower probability of at least a 5% decline, indicating that this is a relatively shallow decrease, roughly the same trend we've seen since 2016, projected to continue on through 2023. Finally, at the status quo, you see those probabilities have gone up again. And in the 1 year projection, there's a 97 out of 100 chance that the stock will continue to decline in 2020 to the beginning of 2021 at the status quo harvest levels. So you can see there is an effect of fishing. Fishing does increase the probability of stock decline, but there's also, regardless of what we do, there's still a very high probability that we'll see the spawning biomass decrease over the next several years. And certainly as we get out on the far right there, as we get out to 60 million pounds, it's nearly certain that the stock would go down at that level, because we're actually catching a good chunk of the spawning biomass at that point.
Ian, I have a question.
Yes.
When you say is the probability that it is 5% less than 2020, does that mean is at least 5% less?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's correct. It's 5% or more.
Thank you.
And 5% is relatively arbitrary, but it's just intended to give you a sense of, well, really how big might it be? If we only provided the probability of decline, well, maybe there's a 100% chance of decline, but it's only going to go down by 0.5%. So we're not really too worried about that. So it's just intended to provide you a little bit of contrast. You'll note that in the lower sections of the table, when we report the probability of decrease to the fishery yield, we actually use 10% there. And that's based on feedback from you all suggesting that in terms of business planning, you want to know if it's going to be at least 10% below where it is now. That's a substantial cut point, perhaps more important than 5%.
So Ian, I have to ask what might be a dumb follow-up question. So when you say is less than 2020, does that really mean is between 1% and 5% less than 2020? Or is it sort of a nested probability when you look at
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, in fact, it is nested. So the 46, for example, if we go back to the middle here, there's a 46 out of 100 chance that the stock decrease in 1 year will be at least 5%. And that is already part of the 89% of any stock decline. I know it's a lot of information, and we've struggled to keep this table comprehensive enough that everybody can find what they're looking for in it without making it too big, and also not change it all the time, so you know what you're looking at. So we're always open to including additional metrics here, and it's quite possible that as the management strategy evaluation process proceeds, we may identify some other metrics that are useful to look at on an annual basis. And I think this is a potential crossover point. You'll see decision tables that look, at least superficially, a lot like this in that process, although they generally are reflecting different metrics. They're reflecting long-term strategic metrics rather than short-term tactical metrics related to the next several years. But this is a place of crossover where I can learn from Alan and vice versa. So the next section of the table is with regard to stock status. So this is now relative spawning biomass. And what you see here, I've highlighted an entire row here, just showing you that the effect of fishing is actually much less in this case, because what we're measuring here is only the effect of fishing and not the effect of the environment. And you'll see that, yes, the probabilities go up from a 43% chance that the stock status goes down below that 30% level in 1 year, up to 49% at the status quo. So a take home from this is that across this central part of the table, we stay at or below a 50-50 chance of dipping below that SB 30% across all these levels of removals and over the next 3 years. Meaning that this whole range that we're considering here is at a lower level of fishing intensity than we have exerted on the stock over the last couple of decades, and pretty consistent to what we've seen over the last 3 to 5 years, where the relative spawning biomass has been pretty stable. This is the entire table just so that you have it for your use. I'm not going to speak in detail to the rest of the table, but just to note that this table, the fishery metrics here, the fishery trend and fishery status, are based on the reference level. And so to the degree that we might be interested in an additional comparison of, say, a different level of fishing intensity, those bottom two panels depend on the level of fishing intensity because they're relative to the reference level. So last year I was asked to produce alternative tables at different levels of fishing intensity, and I could certainly do that again if that was of interest. This brings me to the interim management procedure results, and I guess I will pause for a second and ask whether, through the chair, if you would like a break or you'd like me to finish. I have several slides left.
We have at least one person at the table that needs a break. Probably two. Let's take a 15-minute break and try to keep it to 15 and come back at 10 after 4. Thanks, Ian.
Thanks.
Okay, let's come back to order. Thank you, everyone, and we'll proceed now with the remainder of Dr. Stewart's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to report that we're 5/6 of the way through this presentation. The last section is the description of the interim management procedure and the results broken down now from the coastwide down to individual IPHC regulatory areas, and also including several requests that were made of the Secretariat at the interim meeting. And so I'm going to take some time and several slides to get through this because the level of complexity is somewhat higher this year in the interim management procedure. Historically, the interim management procedure was based only on the reference level of fishing intensity, the 032 stock distribution, which gave us an indication of how to distribute that yield in conjunction with the relative area-specific harvest rates. And so those were the only three things that we needed up until last year to sort out how to go from a coastwide yield to distribute that to each of the IPHC regulatory areas. At the annual meeting 095, there were two additional adjustments made or agreements made. The first was to assign for the next 4 years, including last year, a 1.6 million pound TCEY to IPHC regulatory area 2A. And the second was to assign a percentage of the coastwide TCEY to IPHC regulatory area 2B. And that percentage was to be a weighted average of a weight of 0.7 times 20% and a weight of 0.3 times the result of the standard interim management procedure calculation. And so those two adjustments were added on. And then at the interim meeting, 095, just a couple of months ago, there was an additional request, which was to further adjust the default interim management procedure to mitigate for the effect of U26 non-directed fishery discards or bycatch on the 2B TCEY. And so that's a third adjustment to the interim management procedure. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to step through each of these so you can see how we go from the very beginning inputs all the way through to the result of all of these various adjustments.
Hey, Ian, just a comment, I guess, or a question that last one adjusted to mitigate for U26 effects on 2B TCEY. My recollection is what we had agreed to with an intent was to look at accountability for U26 for all areas, and it wasn't just specifically the effects on 2B. I realize it may not make a very big difference, but this is just a point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in fact, I will report the effects of U26 non-directed discards on all of the regulatory areas with the exception of 2A. So we can see the effects as they're distributed across the entire stock. So to begin with, the interim management procedure, we start with the 032 stock distribution. This is the modeled results as you've seen presented now twice. And this reflects only the 032 portion of the stock distribution. And this is a choice to use that value. This is what's been used historically. The management strategy evaluation process has also considered using the stock distribution of all sizes of Pacific halibut as modeled, but to date we've used 032 only for the interim management procedure. The second step is then to apply a relative harvest rate, and these relative harvest rates differ by IPHC regulatory area. So historically we've used values of 1.0 for 2A to 3A and 0.75 for 3B to 4C, D, and E. Now, even more historically, this was 21% and 16%, but that's the same ratio. So we've not changed that ratio. We have for quite a long time now used this ratio of relative harvest rates to eastern and western areas. And my colleague, Dr. Alan Hicks, will be speaking a little bit more in his presentation to the historical basis of these and some new information regarding relative harvest rates that he's provided. So the combination of these two provides the TCEY distribution. And as you can see, the TCEY distribution does not match the stock distribution itself, but is slightly higher for those areas that have a relative harvest rate of 1.0. So for example, 3A goes from 30.3% to 33.6 because it has a higher relative harvest rate than regulatory areas 3B, 4A, 4B, and 4C, D, and E. Again, though, they all add up to 100% because what we need is a method to distribute that coastwide TCEY down to the individual IPHC regulatory areas. So the next step then would be to add these two adjustments from the annual meeting 095. And the first is just a fixed value for regulatory area 2A of 1.65. And then the second is that formulaic approach to the percentage for 2B. In this case, that percentage turns out to be 0.7 times 20% and 0.3 times 13.9, the third row down there, yielding an 18.2% of the coastwide TCEY to regulatory area 2B. Then we turn the 1.65 for 2A into a percentage, which is now 5.2%, and then solve for the percentages in all of the rest of the areas in Alaska that get us back to 100%. And so the result of that at the very bottom there shows you the TCEY distribution of 31.9 million pounds, which is the reference level of fishing, distributed out in that manner across all of the IPHC regulatory areas from 2A all the way to 4C, D, and E. And I've highlighted in red there the two that are that have those adjustments from annual meeting 095 applied to them. Now the next step was this step of mitigating for the effect of U26 non-directed discards in Alaska. So the TCEY includes all sources of mortality except U26 mortality in non-directed fisheries or bycatch. And so the steps to implement this procedure are as follows. First, find the results of the previous step that I just showed you. Then I remove all of the U26 non-directed discards in Alaska, or 1.59 million pounds, as revised in early January, and then recalculate the TCEYs at the reference SPR. So essentially balance the books. Say what is the TCEY we can take and have the exact same level of fishing intensity we would have had if there weren't any U26. Then I can compare the results of that to find the yield gain, and here I've noted 2B, but in fact I'll show you the Alaskan areas as well. And then the final step, which was requested at the interim meeting, was to add that yield gain back to 2B and then recalculate the rest of the TCEYs. So to step through this process, looks like this. These are the results that I just showed you from the previous calculation of the interim management procedure plus the two adjustments. then to recalculate the coast-wide TCEY without any U-26 mortality. So that goes up, and it goes up by more than 1.59 million pounds, because that 1.59 million pounds of non-directed discard mortality is generally small fish. And when we rebalance the books using the directed fisheries, or the TCEY, we find that we actually get a larger amount of gain back. In fact, that 1.59 turns into 2.32 million pounds at the same level of fishing intensity. That's the number in the bottom right panel there. And then we can now look across the distribution of that mortality, of where those fish, where that yield would go if we weren't taking it as U-26. And you see that the majority of that foregone yield occurs in regulatory area 3A at 0.76. The next largest area would be 2B, and then down through 2C, and then 4C, D, and E. So although a good amount of that U-26 non-directed mortality occurs in the far north and western areas, the effects of that can be seen across all the regulatory areas. And the bulk of that's actually being realized in the Gulf of Alaska. So this calculation also depends on the level of fishing intensity that's being applied, or the total TCEY. So if I repeated, and I did repeat this calculation again at 38.6 million pound TCEY, which would correspond to an F40% for 2020, the yield gain for regulatory area 2B, instead of being 420,000 pounds, goes up to 440,000 pounds. And the reason for that is, as we fish the stock harder and harder, balancing the books, we're accessing more of the lifetime spawning potential. And so each little bit that we get back from those small fish turns into more yield for the directed fishery. Obviously, at some point that would turn around and you'd get less yield back. But at these levels of fishing intensity, that's the way that relationship works out. So the last step that was requested at the interim management procedure was to then apply that additional yield gain to regulatory area 2B, which is 420,000 pounds. So that the TCEY in 2B goes from 5.8 million to 6.22. 2A stays the same, and then the rest of the IPHC regulatory areas are adjusted in direct proportion. So the proportions among those areas don't change, still following the original interim management procedure proportions, get scaled to then meet again that 31.9 million pound TCEY, or adding up to 100%. And you can see the final change in the percentages in the bottom row there. So that is the interim management procedure with the AM095 adjustments, and then the additional adjustment as requested at the interim meeting this year, or this past year. So to put that in context now, those values are the third row down, and I'm providing you with a comparison of the 2018, 2019, and then this year's calculations on the top section here. And what I wanted to point out with this section, by going back to 2018, I wanted to illustrate that we've been at relatively low reference TCEYs before. In fact, the 2018 reference TCEY was lower than 2020. That was the last year before we had any indication of these incoming year classes. And at that point, it looked like a pretty dark projection over the next 3 years. And so the SPR reflected that. What I will note, though, is that even at that lower level, at 31 million pounds relative to 31.9 in 2020, I draw your attention to the fourth column in, which is 3A. You'll note that the reference TCEY in 2018 at a 31 million pound coastwide was just over 12 million pounds, where this year at a larger coastwide TCEY, it's down to 9.6. This is the effect of the survey results from 2019. This is the effect of seeing a 17% decrease in the O32 weight per unit effort in 3A relative to only a 5% decrease coastwide. So that's why you're seeing this big change. This particular change is not a function of the new sex ratio information, but a function of the updated distribution information. You can see there's some other changes there as well. But that's the primary driver. Now, I've also included on this slide the adopted TCEYs for your comparison from both 2018 and 2019. Now, this is additional from the interim meeting. I didn't have the full breakdown of all these. For this meeting, I now have the breakdown of the reference level all the way down to individual fishery sector. And I'll take just a second. This is in fact the table cut right out of the mortality projection tool, which I'll speak to in a few minutes. But this provides the breakdown within each IPHC regulatory area to each sector. And I'll note a couple things. First is, if you are not familiar with the catch sharing agreement in a particular reg area, these rows may not make sense to you, because every catch sharing agreement has different considerations about which pieces are inside the FCEY and which pieces are not. And that's why, for example, you see recreational mortality occurs in two different rows, one that's outside the TCE or outside the FCEY and one that's inside the FCEY. And that's merely a function of how the catch sharing agreements were worded in those particular areas. For example, in Alaskan waters 2C and 3A, the guided or charter recreational sector is included in the FCEY, but the unguided or non-charter private boat sector is outside the FCEY. So that's the upper recreational row. The other thing I'll note on here is that this includes a projection of all sizes and sources of mortality. So the TCEY includes everything but the U26 non-directed discard mortality, the second row up from the bottom. And yet we still make a projection of that. This reflects last year's values projected up for 2020. And so you can still see in the bottom row the projection of all the dead halibut that we would project from a particular set of catch limits, regardless of size and source moving into the upcoming year. So again, this is the result for the reference TCEY level. There were 3 additional requests made at the interim meeting. The first was to provide an alternative projection using the 3-year average discard mortality in non-directed fisheries rather than the most recent year. And so I provide, see the whole thing, I provide a table here showing you both the O26 and the U26 components of the non-directed discard mortality or bycatch, and the values for the last 3 years and the average of those values. And what I would comment on here is that the 3-year average for U26, which is on the bottom, is actually equal to the 2019 value at the coastwide level. And at least to my eye, there are no clear trends in the magnitude of U26 mortality across any of the regulatory areas. So taking the average might be fine. In the O26, which is the top 4 rows, again, the 3-year average is substantially lower than the 2019 value, closer to but not quite as low as the 2018 value. And I would note that IPHC regulatory area 4 C, D, and E appears to show a fairly clear trend of increase in non-directed discard mortality, particularly O26 mortality over this period from 2017 to 19, which results in the 3-year average being close to the value from 2018 or the middle value. So applying these 3-year averages to the same calculations, it does not change the TCEY, but it does change the distribution of that TCEY among the sectors within regulatory areas. And it really has very little effect on the U26 because the average is fairly close to the 2019 value. I will highlight the 2 largest changes by using the 3-year average are 3B, which the FCEY actually goes down by 100,000 pounds because the 3-year average is larger in 3B than the 2019 value. However, on the reverse, the largest change in the positive direction is the FCEY for 4 C, D, and E, which is up 330,000 pounds, reflecting the fact that that average value for 3 years is below the 2019 value. So that's the result of that first request from the interim meeting. These are documented in the appendices to document 9 that's available in the meeting materials as well as in this presentation. The second request that was made was to make a projection using a relative harvest rate of 1.0 in IPHC regulatory area 4 C, D, and E, holding all the other areas constant. And I'll note that this request adjusts the relative distribution of the TCEY within Alaskan waters, but does not affect 2A or 2B because they both are fully defined by the previous adjustments to the interim management procedure for a fixed value for 2A, and the formula for 2B doesn't change. So this essentially changes the distribution among Alaskan IPHC regulatory areas. And provide here the reference TCEYs again for the last several years, and the alternative here at the bottom for 2020, directly comparable to the 2020 reference TCEY, noting that, not surprisingly, the biggest change is an increased TCEY in 4CD and E, and a slight proportional decrease in IPHC regulatory areas 2C through 4B, still meeting that same overall coast-wide TCEY of 31.9 million pounds. And again, here is the breakdown of that, now identifying that the fishery CEY in area 4CD and E is substantially larger under this scenario than it was under the reference TCEY. Finally, the third projection that was requested at the interim meeting was to add to the total TCEY to make both adjustments to 2A and 2B. So essentially, instead of rebalancing at the same coast-wide TCEY of 31.9 million pounds, treat each of the additions to 2A and 2B above the original interim management procedure to be additions not only to those areas but to the total as well. And so in order to implement this, I have to first find the TCEYs associated with the unadjusted interim management procedure, and then increase the total until the TCEYs for 2C to 4CD and E match that original distribution after these two adjustments to 2A and 2B have already been applied. Noting that the 18.2% in 2B corresponds now to a larger actual TCEY because the totals changed as well. So when I do that, go through that exercise, here's the result at the bottom. This now corresponds to, instead of 31.9 million pounds, it takes the coast-wide TCEY up to 35.24 million pounds. And I'll note that if you downloaded the documents prior to midweek last week, I did find an error in the original distribution of this, which is why there's a Rev 2 for this document. So these numbers will be slightly different. So make sure you're working from Rev 2 for these results. This does reflect that revision. That 35.24 million pounds still meets the two agreements for 2A and 2B. And now the 2C through 4CD and E areas reflect the TCEYs that would have occurred under the original interim management procedure. Note that this adjustment, this alternative now corresponds to a projected level of fishing intensity of F43%. So instead of fishing at an F46, in order to accommodate these adjustments in an additive fashion, we're now fishing harder at an F43% for the projected year in 2020. And this is the breakdown of those results. So you now have the full breakdown for all three of those scenarios available for comparison across all alternatives. I'll note now that we introduced, I think 2 years ago, the mortality projection tool as a method for people to be able to evaluate alternative distribution and scale scenarios for upcoming mortality. That tool is now again available. The default values in the tool when you open it reference the interim management procedure with the adjustments that I've described on it, but not the additional requests that were made at the interim meeting. The mortality projection tool has been updated to include all of our estimates from 2019 and all the rates, discard rates, and other things. It includes the default values, obviously the adjusted values, and then finally that further adjustment to mitigate for U26 effects. I recognize that the mortality projection tool is perhaps not quite as useful this year as it was in previous years because of the level of complexity. It is quite challenging to get both total values and percentages to add up under very different scenarios. So if you've tried to use it and have been frustrated that you can't make it all add up, I understand. It's hard because you see it takes me 10 slides to describe the whole interim management procedure now. What I will say is it still has some direct value if you're interested in seeing for a particular sector, what TCEY does it take to get a certain breakdown to an individual sector. You can focus on an individual IPHC regulatory area and adjust the percentage or adjust the total and just focus on the results of that area and still get a good estimate of the breakdown. So you can still say, okay, if I want this much in my sector, you can calculate how much of a TCY it would take to get to that breakdown. So, and that's fairly easy to do. But just don't look at the rest of the IPHC regulatory areas if you're not balancing the whole sheet. So that tool is available. It's on our website. And I believe that concludes my presentation of the assessment.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. I have one question, and the other commissioners may. Excuse me. Back on the U26 part of this, when it's adjusted to mitigate for that, does it a one-to-one? In other words, if all of the U26, not all of the U26, if I say, I may be not articulating this well, all the U26 will not recruit to the 032 fishery. And so is there an assumption about a proportion that do and don't built into that? There's a lot of things I still don't understand very well about how that U26, the math works on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, and that's a good question. So it's true that we're essentially turning U26 yield into O26 yield instantaneously. And we know that there's mortality that would occur in the interim. We know that these fish would be subject to other sources of mortality. For example, a fish that doesn't die due to one source at age 3 still has several years of other sources of mortality. It might get caught and discarded and die and not turn into directed fishery yield. So there are a large number of calculations in there that are built into this approach. And that's why using the SPR as the, essentially SPR is the scale that we balance this yield on, is the appropriate tool, because it does take into consideration the simultaneous nature of these sources of mortality and the fact that not all these fish at U26 will recruit as O26. And I think perhaps that description will make more sense when I talk about the time series of analysis of effects of non-directed fishery discards and the methods that we use there as well, which I believe is an information paper, which we may or may not have a presentation on today or tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Dr. Stewart. Other questions for Dr. Stewart? I knew you weren't going to get off that easy, Mr. Davis.
Thanks, Ian. I'm going to go back some ways through the information you've presented, and you talked a little bit about the difference in trends in the last few years in the weighted age for different age fish. And I was curious if you have any sense of why we may be seeing those different trends, and what it means that some of the 8 and 10 and 12-year-old cohorts, the weighted age seems to be increasing while the older fish not.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair. Historically, the Commission understood that one of the drivers to size at age was density dependence. And there's several published analyses showing that for a while that looked quite probable. In the recent couple of decades, that relationship seems to have become less strong, where we've seen a decrease in the 2000s, a pretty substantial decrease in the stock size, and not seen a response in density dependence. I think the most optimistic explanation for those patterns would be that maybe there is a density dependent component, and we would start to see that in the younger fish first. But that would be speculative at this point. I would also point out that although the coastwide smooth values show a fairly coherent trend, when we actually drill into the area by area results, some year classes are showing improvements in size at age and others are not, and certain regulatory areas are different than others. So it's a little early to conclude that we're actually seeing a turnaround in that trend, but I do think it looks better than it has in several years. There were the period from 2010 for several years onward, it was nothing but flat trends in size at age. So I think we are starting to see a change there, but with so many other things changing in the ecosystem conditions and other things, it's very difficult to say what might be causing that.
Mr. Alverson, you had a question?
So, Dr. Stewart, I'm looking at your slide 16, and I've been going back and forth between it and 13, your bubble charts. And so are these circles representing numbers or relative spawning biomass? Which is it? Or in this case on 16, is that the amount of males that are subject to the fishery? Is that why it's such a smaller circle? So if you could help me there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair, this graph shows the proportion of the catch in a particular year by number that occurred at that age. So this is the fishery, this is the landed catch only. And so the way you would read that, for example, in 2019, the last column of circles, the largest circle is the 2005 year class at 14 years old. And what that means is that if we counted all the fish in the catch in 2019, stacked them in piles, the biggest pile would be the 2005 year class. That's numerically the most abundant component of the 2019 catch. The reason that you see color for only two of those columns, 2017 and 18, is because those are the only 2 years for which we have directly estimated the sex ratio of the catch. I expect to have the 2019 data in time for my next stock assessment next year. And moving forward, we're still working on the prioritization of additional years of data.
Okay.
Further questions? Yes, Mr. Davis.
We talked a fair bit about the size range encountered by the commercial fishery. I'm curious if we have a good sense of the bell curve around the size range encountered by the recreational fishery as well, and whether that's appreciably different.
Thank you. Through the chair, we do. In fact, I get information. I wouldn't say we have a good perception, but we do have some data on the recreational size composition. I get data from Sarah Webster at Alaska Department of Fish and Game each year, which reflects the sampling that occurs in the 3A charter fishery. And the commission actually ages those fish. They collect otoliths from the fish that are caught in that fishery. The commission ages those, and that gives us a snapshot of at least one component of the recreational fishery up and down the coast. Due to the management structure in the recreational fisheries, we would expect that those fish are substantially younger than we see in the commercial landings. And in fact, that's played out in the recreational landings for 3A, where we see fish as young as 3 years old in the recreational removals, with the bulk of them probably in the 8 to 10-year-old range, which is really just the leading edge of the directed commercial fishery. So we do have some information. I would certainly like to have more comprehensive information on the size and age structure across the entire coast, but although we have assembled some information from some other components of the recreational fishery, we currently don't have the ability to build a comprehensive coast-wide size or age distribution, including all regulatory areas.
Okay. Paul, Mr. Ryall.
Ian, on slide 55, what I heard from you is that on the application of the 3-year average, you were comfortable with using that on the U-26s. You didn't see any trend over the 3 years, but you were less comfortable or not comfortable with using the 3-year average for the O-26.
We could arrow forward once. The chart will pop up, I think. Thank you. I think this is really a policy decision about which is a likely projection for the upcoming year. I note that the trend in 4CD&E is the clearest trend in this particular table, and that we did see in the earlier presentation on the fishery statistics that when in a year such as 2019, when non-directed fishery discards have increased over the previous years, we saw overages across most of our projections. The choice of which projection to use, I think, is a policy choice. I just note the trend because it is the only clear trend in the chart in 4CD&E, and it is also consistent with what we are seeing in the biological information for 4CD&E, which is that the same year classes, the 2011 and 12 year classes, also appear to be present in 4CD&E. And I think that's why although we're not seeing a big difference in the total amount of non-directed fishery discards, the proportion of O26 has been going up. And I think that's consistent with what we're seeing in the age distributions there. And I will note with regard to this question and the previous one, the age distributions for non-directed fishery discards as well as the recreational fishery in 3A are available in the more extended data document that's online. So there's a graphic that shows the actual age distributions from both of those sources.
Mr. DeGreef.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dr. Stewart. On slide 10, you have fishery trends, particular for 2B. I know we see a fishery trend downward. Just wondering, I hear a lot of folks and they talk about dramatic reductions in yellow eye where they can't fish. I was just curious if spatially you can see that in some of the work you've been doing, that guys are moving out of the shallows where they would fish where there was yellow eye and move to other areas.
Through the chair, Commissioner. In fact, yes. So you may have noticed in the overview of Secretariat activities, there was actually a paper that I'm a co-author on with our former science advisor, Dr. Robin Forrest, actually addressing this question specifically, looking at the distribution in the 2B fishery of fishing opportunities that have been used over the last several years, pre and post integration in the fishery, and overlaying on top of that areas of increased yellow eye encounter rates. And what we found in that paper, which is currently in review, was that in fact, yes, in 2017 and 18, primarily 2018, we did not have access to the 2019 data yet. But we did see strong evidence of avoidance of areas of increased yellow eye encounters on a relatively fine spatial scale. So not necessarily moving from one part of the coast to another, but moving around a specific feature, moving from an area, one side of a high spot or one side of a gully that was producing more versus less yellow eye encounter rates. So we are seeing evidence in the 2B fishery of a response to substantially decreased yellow eye attacks in the last couple of years.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Dr. Stewart on this presentation? Okay, seeing none, what was up? What's queued up next?
Then I can proceed. There's an additional, this presentation right here. It's ready to go. I believe this was next on the scheduled agenda. I can certainly take this up. It's much shorter than my previous presentation.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. So this presentation corresponds to agenda item 6.4. The paper is paper 10 for AM096. And this is in response to the request at the last annual meeting to evaluate and provide some alternatives for mortality limits that could include U26 discard mortality from non-directed fisheries, noting that the TCEY, the Commission has been setting TCEYs for the last 2 years, and those include all sources of mortality except U26 discard mortality. And so this paper provides an analysis of some options for how that could potentially be changed. The specific recommendation is listed here. I won't read the whole thing, but the idea or the intent was to provide a set of options and a discussion of those options for the Commission's evaluation. I did present this as well at the interim meeting, so for some of you this will be familiar. I'll provide a little background first. Since 2012, all sizes and sources of mortality have been reported and accounted for in the stock assessment. So we have two components that lead into the results you see. First, we have the stock assessment, which is analyzing what's going on with the biology of the stock trends. And then we have the second piece, which is an application of a harvest strategy or a management procedure to that. And I think there's been considerable confusion over the years because the stock assessment has always included all the dead fish we know about. But the management procedure has had delineations of, historically it was 032 only, and then starting around 2010 it was 026. And even that's been confusing. Well, what happens to those fish that are less than 26 inches in length? And which pieces are and aren't included. So this is hopefully we can clear up a little bit of that in this presentation. But the important part is that the assessment has included these fish throughout that whole time period. In 2018, the Commission began setting mortality limits based on the TCEY. So historically it was the FCEY, and then in 2018 it moved to the TCEY, with the only component left not included in the TCEY is the U26 discard mortality in non-directed fisheries, or bycatch. So why do we even make this U26 delineation? Well, there are a couple of reasons, some of them biological and some of them just pragmatic. The first is biological, and it's that these fish, as we noted in the earlier presentation, don't recruit overnight to the directed fishery. They have to grow up a bit before they show up in the directed fisheries. And at the size of U26, less than 26 inches in length, they're still highly mobile. Although Pacific halibut move throughout their lifetime, these fish are at their maximum rate of movement across areas. And so unlike larger Pacific halibut, these fish are more likely to move to a different regulatory area in an upcoming year. So for example, if mortality occurs this year, well, by the time, or we save some mortality this year, by the time we get to next year, those fish could be virtually anywhere in the stock. And historical tagging suggests this very strong movement to the east, as well as very strong movement just across all areas over the lifetime of these fish, but peak movement rates in this size range. So that's one reason why we haven't included those in with the directed fisheries, is because any change to that mortality could be realized in a completely different regulatory area. The second is more pragmatic, and that's that the Fishery Independent Setline Survey pretty much doesn't capture U26 fish. We get the odd fish of that size range, but essentially it provides us an index of 026 Pacific halibut. And what that means then is that we have no tool for describing the distribution of U26 fish across the entire convention area. We have trawl surveys in a number of regions, and we've made some inroads on creating an index of abundance in conjunction with researchers at the National Marine Fisheries Service using trawl surveys in Alaska. However, it's still not convincingly a good index of U26 abundance across the entire stock. What that means is that unlike the process I just showed you for the interim management procedure, where we can start with stock distribution and apply a harvest rate, we really don't have that ability for the U26 because we don't have a good estimate of stock distribution to begin with. And then finally, also on the scientific angle, the mortality of U26 fish has a different effect on the spawning potential ratio than larger fish. And you saw the effects of that in my previous presentation, where 1.59 million pounds of U26 mortality turns into over 2 million pounds of directed fishery yield, because those fish are still small and we're removing much more of their lifetime spawning output with mortality at that age than at a larger age. And what that means is that these two things just aren't directly exchangeable on a one-to-one basis. So if we were to not have U26 and O26 separated, we need to keep an eye on the ratio of those things, because that could change the SPR even within a single limit. And I'll speak a little bit more to that later in this presentation. The next important component as background here are the terms. So I've been using the terms FCEY and TCEY considerably, and it's not just me. The contracting party catch sharing agreements or catch sharing plans extensively use the terms FCEY and TCEY. So the original request for this particular analysis was to consider including U26 mortality in the TCEY, and the Secretariat found on further review that getting rid of these terms would be particularly challenging given the way the catch sharing plans are written, and that it might be far more beneficial to just retain these terms and use a different term for a total mortality limit than to cause a major issue in trying to rewrite all of these various catch sharing plans. So we provide a set of options, and they're divided into two components. The first is the scale of limits at the coastwide level for U26, and the second would be the distribution of those limits among biological regions and or IPHC regulatory areas. This is the same approach that we take to the O26 or TCEY mortality. We first determine the overall coastwide scale, and then we have a method for distributing it. It's also the same approach that's being taken in the management strategy evaluation process. And so we've provided a range of options for both of these components, both scale and distribution. And I'll go through and note each of those, but first I want to note that none of these options would require a change to the treatment of mortality in the stock assessment or in the harvest strategy calculations. So all of the tables and figures and things I showed you in my previous assessment could be done in exactly the same way under any of these scenarios, except that potentially the projection of U26 mortality might look a little different under some of these alternatives. But the basic framework would not have to change. So we find no impediment in any of the analyses to making this sort of change. So the first options are with regard to scale of U26 mortality. And we provide, just for comparison, a brief discussion of the status quo, which would be not doing anything different, just using U26 as we have, noting that we do entertain scenarios of different levels of discard mortality in non-directed fisheries, one of which would be something like a 3-year average that I just showed you. We've also built into the mortality projection tool. You can click a drop-down menu and choose to select the full regulatory discard mortality, which would be the maximum allowed under the domestic processes, both in Alaska and in BC, to see how the projected mortality would look under very different mortality projections. So that's one way in which we can evaluate alternate levels of U26 within the current status quo. And so we provide that for comparison, even though it's not really addressing the request that was made. The second would be setting a total mortality limit without regard to any proportion of U26 and O26. And as I mentioned, these things are not entirely exchangeable. And so if we were to set a total mortality limit, if the commission were to set a total mortality limit and the U26, O26 ratios change dramatically from year to year, we could expect additional variability beyond a fixed ratio in the realized SPR. However, when we did an analysis, a sensitivity analysis, essentially shifting all of the non-directed discard mortality to U26, what we found was this translated into about a 4% change in the realized SPR from a scenario more like our normal projection. So actually, relative to the variability we see year to year, this is not a huge component of variability, but it would be an additional piece that we would need to keep an eye on. Finally, the third option for scale would be to address that kind of variability would be to set either separate limits for the TCEY and the U26 non-directed fishery discard mortality, or to set some sort of a partition where there would be a total mortality limit and a percentage assigned to each. So both of those would be tractable and would potentially reduce the variability relative to option 2 to some degree. So the next options were with regard to distribution of the U26 mortality. The first would be the status quo. And this is slightly different than the status quo in the previous slide because there could actually be a limit inclusive of U26 discard mortality, but it could use the status quo approach for projecting that mortality, which is to use the previous year. And in that case, it's very transparent moving forward. I'll show you how it would look in the table. Very, very simple because it would be using the exact same method that we're using now. However, there are other alternatives, including recent values based on a recent average or time period. And I'll note in the document, I don't have them included in this presentation, but in the document we provide, I think, 3- and 5-year averages, or perhaps even 10-year averages for comparison. And that would be another approach to take. The third option would be to use fixed proportions. And those could be, again, based on recent years or periods, or they could be based on something else. And use a fixed proportion of the overall mortality or of the overall U26 mortality distributed to each regulatory area. And then finally, we don't currently have any scientific basis for determining the optimal distribution of U26 discard mortality. So what I mean by that is I can't tell you that it matters if a U26 fish dies in one regulatory area or another one. The effect, the way we're analyzing it now, the effect on the stock would be the same in the long term. And because of that, these limits could potentially be negotiated or completely management-based. It could be a decision to assign a certain amount of U26 discard mortality across each of the regulatory areas. However, we would need a formulaic approach in order to structure projection tables. So in order to come into a meeting with results for you to see, I'd need to know how to do that in an upcoming year. So that would be the only real constraint on this option 4. Now, I do want to show you an example. This is not this year's projection table, it's last year's, because I just want to highlight the various components in the table, noting that in 2017, the commission set FCEYs, and then in 2018, they moved to setting TCEYs, but it didn't change the approach of the table because there was no adjustment to how the O26 non-directed discard mortality was treated. There was no change in how the non-catch sharing plan, recreational removals, or subsistence removals were projected. And because there was no change to the status quo methods for projecting those forward using the previous year and the previous distribution, it was a completely transparent move from FCEY to TCEY. And similarly, with the status quo option for distribution and scale, that's what I just said, a limit setting of total mortality in this case could be achieved in exactly the same way. So if the commission decided to set total mortality limits and they used the status quo approach for determining the scale and distribution of U26 discard mortality, obviously the total mortality limits are now greater than the TCEYs, just as the TCEYs were greater than the FCEYs, but they correspond to all the same pieces. And so this would be the most transparent and direct map to the previous process should the commission choose an option like the status quo for both scale and distribution. So there are a couple of recommendations from this paper. The first, just noting this analysis, which given we didn't get feedback at the interim meeting, I think satisfies the original request. But then importantly, there's also a request to clarify for the IPHC's MSE process one of two options. The effects of U26 non-directed discard fishery mortality are part of an overall management procedure. And the decision was made early on in the management strategy evaluation process to not include evaluation of non-directed fishery discard mortality in the current program of work for the MSE through 2021. Noting that this is just a fixed component in that analysis, and that if we want to better understand the effects of U26 mortality and perhaps better understand the effects of downstream U26 mortality, where those fish, not only are they recruiting to the directed fishery sometime down the road, but perhaps in different regulatory areas, this would better be analyzed through the management strategy evaluation process. And so if that were going to be the case, there would need to be explicit direction from the commission for the MSE process to pick that up and consider one or more of these options in its analysis. Otherwise, the current plan would be for the MSE to stick to its current evaluations through 2021 with the option to evaluate something like this after that deadline has been met. And I believe that concludes my presentation.
Okay, questions. I have to admit to some confusion, this whole U26 thing and how this presentation relates to the previous presentation and the harvest tables that we looked at that included that. As part of my, well, I know back in the last year, we, as part of our action, we expressed an intent to do full accounting for U26 with an intent of going down that road in 2020, but I have so many questions about it that I'm reluctant to go down that road now, but I'll open it up to other questions or comments. Bob.
So Dr. Stewart, when we left Victoria last year, we were under the impression that we had approved something around an F46. And did we end up at F41 or F40?
Thank you, through the chair.
When you apply the retrospective new information from last year.
Thank you. Through the chair, we now estimate that the 2019 mortality corresponded to an F42, and that if we rolled that over for another year, it would be an F40. So it was substantially higher fishing intensity than we projected, and that's twofold. That's being primarily driven by the new stock assessment results and the improved estimates of the sex ratio of the commercial catch, indicating a higher level of fishing intensity.
Thank you.
Other questions for Ian? Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Ian, I think we talked a little bit about this in a previous meeting, but I just want to make sure I remember correctly. On slide 8 for option 2, you mentioned the possibility of variability in the realized SPR. So I mean, we have both of these sources of mortality occurring now, which could create unanticipated variability in the realized SPR. Is there something different were we to proceed with option 2 in this regard from the current way that we predict and then sort of look back on the composition of mortalities and what it means for SPR?
Thank you. Through the chair, Commissioner. No, in fact, this would be consistent with the current approach, which is that we project forward a level of U26 mortality, but honestly, we don't know until the upcoming year what the ratio of O26 to U26 nor the total will be. And so we do get a substantial amount of variability. We wanted to recognize in this option 2 that it might seem as if setting a total mortality limit would dampen that variability, but in fact, that would still be inherent there. The second sentence in bullet 2 really just sets it apart from option 3, where that would remove that particular source of variability. And to be honest, I expected a larger response than that before doing the analysis, which is a good reminder of why we actually do the analysis and not just make up the results, because it was a small amount, a relatively small amount. And I think the interpretation of that is that we're talking about shifting, in this case for 2019, we saw that it was approximately 1.6 million pounds of U26 mortality out of a coast-wide total of almost 40 million pounds. And so we're shifting the demographics of a relatively small component, and therefore it really doesn't have a huge feedback on the spawning potential ratio. And I think Commissioner Alverson's question highlights the fact that the interannual variability we see in assessment results is at least this magnitude, if not greater.
Other questions on this? Or maybe a reminder from Dr. Wilson or Ian, what action or direction we need to do as a commission on this at this time?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chairman, I think the only course of action would be if the commission would like the MSC process to address this. That would correspond to a pretty substantial change in the workload projected between now and 2021. It's not something that's been planned for in that process. At this point, this is an informational analysis. The commission can do what they want with it, but the Secretariat just wanted to highlight that if there is a change that would be desired in the analysis of the MSC, we need to know that right away, and it would potentially have an effect on the amount of work and the timeline for the other deliverables. So this would be a pretty considerable change in the current work schedule, and we just wanted to highlight that. So if there is no change to that, then I think there's no action necessary there.
Well, yeah, I for one probably would need to defer until I can digest and have some discussions on the sides about this before I could give any direction otherwise. If there's no other discussion or questions or actions, I think perhaps there was a desire, Mr. Ryall, to have an additional presentation that wasn't necessarily on the agenda, but is related.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It's the presentation on effects of historical discard mortality in non-directed fisheries, which I think is another relatively short presentation. Yeah.
Are you prepared to do that, Dr. Stewart?
I sure am. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
please proceed.
Happy to go on. I'll just get all my presentations done this afternoon. But while they're calling it up, I think it's been challenging even for the Secretariat to keep track of a number of different papers and analyses that are all relatively similar. And so perhaps while we're waiting for that presentation to come up, which is info paper 6, if they're looking for it back there, we have the standard stock assessment and interim management procedure results. There was the addition of the U-26 mitigation step to the interim management procedure, and that stemmed from a different informational paper from a previous meeting. We did not carry that one forward because it was requested to be included in with the mortality projection tool in the interim management procedure. So that one was essentially folded into the stock assessment. The presentation you just heard was a separate, there's actually a PowerPoint that goes with this paper as well. The second presentation was the request from AM095 to look at options for setting a total mortality limit. And that was really a completely separate track from the accounting for the U-26 mitigation, or from this presentation here, which is again just an informational paper looking at the overall effects of historical discard mortality in non-directed fisheries. So again, this one does not feed directly into the results from this year, but merely provides a historical summary and perhaps a little more background on the trade-off in yield among various fishery sectors. And so this is info paper 6. It had a different number at the interim meeting, but you can find that both the paper as well as the PowerPoint towards the bottom of the list of documents for the annual meeting, AM096. And so with that, this is a shorter presentation. However, it's slightly longer than the version that I gave at the interim meeting. On request, I've added back some additional material to provide you maybe a little bit more full discussion of this topic for this meeting. So to recap, this paper was a response to the commission request at AM095 that the IPH Secretariat not only evaluate the treatment and effects of Pacific halibut discard mortality or bycatch in non-directed fisheries, but also to have this analysis reviewed by the SRB and essentially to estimate the lost yield from bycatch or non-directed fishery discard mortality to the Pacific halibut fisheries over the full time period. So you might recall that last year I produced some analyses looking only at the most recent several years, and this is essentially an extension of that work with a further review from the Scientific Review Board. And I will note that we did not meet the objective of having it reviewed at the next Scientific Review Board because we focused on the revised stock assessment and the external review coming up. And in addition, I wanted to delay this particular analysis so that the results were based on the models, including the new sex ratio information. So that's an important component here, is that I didn't have both years, but I at least had the updated models post external and SRB review. So the SRB actually reviewed this work in September, and I think they probably have a bullet in there or two in their report section on this, but we did meet the rest of the requirements for this commissioner request. So some background here. This is, as I started into this project, I realized that this is a 50-year-old question of being asked at the commission of what is the lost yield, or if you're an optimist, what is the yield gain in terms of pound for pounds of trading sources of mortality among different sectors. And this is, you may recall from several years ago, the concept of a fisheries footprint, of how big the footprint of one fishery is relative to another. Well, when we turn that into a pound for pound trade-off, that's really what we're looking at, is how much does a pound of fish from a trawl fishery in a certain place correspond in pounds to fish from a different fishery in a different place. And the short answer, and the reason why we're still looking at this 50 years later, is because it's complicated. It depends on the growth trajectory of the fish. It depends on a variety of competing sources of mortality, both natural and fishery. It depends on the selectivity of the fisheries you're looking at, the discard mortality rates that are occurring if the fisheries are not full retention. It depends on the overall rate of fishing intensity and the age structure of the population. And so all of these things together dictate the pound for pound trade-off. And so I went back, the introduction of this paper provides a brief literature review of previous studies. And as you can see, this question was first raised, well, probably well before the 90s, but the first published summaries were from the early 1990s and then the late 90s and the mid 2000s. And you can see quite a wide range in variability here of potential yield gain. And so the units here in the rate side of this graph are pounds for pounds. So it's pounds of directed fishery yield from a pound of mortality in non-directed fisheries. And so essentially this is how many pounds do you get back in the directed fishery for a pound of dead fish in a fishery that's not retaining halibut. And you can see from this range, it ranges from 1.0 all the way up to 3.3. That early study actually isolated down to very specific gear and season and fisheries. And that 3.3 comes from a particular month in a particular fishery, which was catching very small Pacific halibut. And so as you move to some of the other studies, they become more comprehensive. And what I take away from this, including the papers at the bottom there, which was our analysis from last year, looking at 2019, 20, and 21, is that the apparent range is on the order of a pound to something like a pound and a half, or maybe slightly over. And with quite a considerable amount of variability among these historical studies. So the methods that we used to address this, we used two methods. The first was to do a numerical evaluation using the 2019 ensemble stock assessment. And I'm pointing out that this is the post-review assessment, so we did have the sex ratio information included. The second method that we used was an equilibrium model, which was documented as part of the MSE analysis. And we didn't use that as our primary approach, but we wanted to check to see how different the year-by-year results were doing this numerically with a more smooth approach using an equilibrium model and not accounting for all the year-to-year variability, but just to get a sense of the overall magnitude to see if the simulation model that was being used for the management strategy evaluation would provide something on the same scale. And so we took two angles on this to evaluate this question. And the methods are fairly straightforward numerically, but fairly complicated conceptually. So what we would do would be remove 1 year of discard mortality from the stock assessment model. So we go back to each year in the time series, remove the discard mortality from non-directed fisheries, and then we would recalculate the directed fishery yield in that year for the same SPR. So essentially we're using the spawning potential ratio to balance the books, but we're trading one component of yield for another. And as I showed you in the previous presentation, it's not a one-to-one. So if we take a pound of bycatch out, we don't just put a pound of directed fishery back and expect to get exactly the same level of fishing intensity. In fact, it varies over time and we don't know exactly how it varies. And so we have to do this on an iterative basis. And that's what I mean by numerically, is that we try a solution, put another value in, and solve for the level of mortality that satisfies a constant SPR. And by doing that, we can calculate the yield gain or the gain rate in each year. So we can calculate this exchange rate of pounds for pounds in each year of the time series based on the fishery yield in that year, the level of fishing intensity, and all the other factors, including mortality, selectivity, growth, everything else that was occurring in that year. We can also then look at the spatial distribution of that yield gain, and using the same methods that we use in the interim management procedure, as I just showed you in my previous presentation, we can then transfer all of that yield into the directed fisheries. The O26 transfers directly in the regulatory area that it occurred, and then the U26 gets distributed, just as I did in the previous presentation, in proportion to the directed fishery yield. So essentially spreads out that yield gain across all of the regulatory areas in proportion to their abundance via the yield in that year. So this is the approach that we used in this historical analysis is consistent with what the IPHC is doing now. It's not necessarily consistent with the management procedures that were being used in each year of history. except that we did distribute in proportion to the TCEYs that were, or the directed fishery yields that were actually occurring in those years. So that's a long way of saying I wasn't trying to recreate the entire management process in the older years. I was just saying, look, this is how the catch was distributed. We're going to distribute the additional yield in the same way. So some results. The first is just the time series of discard mortality and non-directed fisheries. This is table 1 in the document. And you can see that there's been a considerable change in discard mortality over this time period. The peak value was actually in the first year of the time series, 1992. I should point out that I couldn't go back past 1992 because that's the year in which the short time series stock assessment models begin. And I needed all 4 models to do this to be consistent with the entire current stock assessment. So I went back as far as 1992. That's the largest value in the time series. And you can see it's been almost a monotonic decrease in discard mortality and non-directed fisheries since 1992, culminating in 2017 and 2018 as the 2 lowest in the time series. They're both just over 6 million pounds at the lowest level. We did, as you saw in the previous presentation of fishery statistics, we did see a slight increase to 6.4 million pounds in 2019. 2019 is actually not included in this analysis because it's reflected in the rest of the presentations I've just shown you. So this covers the time period from 1992 to 2018. And here's the salient result. So that's the same blue bars in the background are the actual amount of discard mortality and non-directed fisheries. The gray horizontal line across the middle corresponds to a gain rate or a yield rate of 1 or 100%, which would mean that's pound for pound. So that gray line across the middle would be for every pound of non-directed fishery discard you take out, you get a pound of directed fishery yield back. And then the black line with the gray circles is the actual estimated gain rate for each year in the time series. And it varies quite a bit. You're probably noticing the beginning of the time series immediately where the gain rate is actually less than 1. So this is actually a time period when there were a large number of young fish in the stock and not a huge number of larger older fish, where the stock was also being fished at a relatively light exploitation rate. And so the interpretation here is that if you saved a pound of discard mortality and non-directed fisheries, you would get not quite a pound back in the directed fisheries. So the effect of the directed fisheries in that time period was actually larger on a pound for pound basis than in the non-directed discard mortality. However, for most of the time series, that effect was greater than 100%. And the average, in fact, over this whole time series was 115%, or 1.15 pounds of directed fishery gain for each pound of non-directed fishery mortality, the range being 86 to 139%, which starts to look a lot like the range across those historical studies that I showed you previously. You can then look at the distribution, and here I've cooked the entire distribution down, aggregated it down to just 2 rows here. The first is the distribution of observed non-directed discard mortality in that time series. So I added up all the non-directed discard mortality over that entire time series and looked at the distribution. And you can see that the majority of that, almost 40%, occurred in the Bering Sea in IPHC regulatory area 4 CD&E. And the second largest component was in regulatory area 3A at 22.8%. Then looking at how the yield was distributed across each of those years in proportion to the directed fishery catch, you can see that the potential yield gain would accrue to all regulatory areas, even as far as regulatory area 2A, where the proportion of yield gain is actually roughly equal to the overall contribution of the time series of non-directed discard mortality at 3.7%. But you can see that the proportion of potential yield gain in 3A is actually greater than the amount of non-directed discard mortality that occurred there. And that's because we see a lot more young fish in the north and the west of the stock, but subsequently when those fish actually recruit to the directed fisheries, they tend to be much more centered in the core areas in 3A, 3B, 2C, and even down into 2B. And so you see all of those areas, the percentage of potential yield gain is higher than the actual amount of discard mortality in non-directed fisheries that occurred in those areas. Similarly, in area 4C, D, and E, there's a lower amount of yield gain than there was original non-directed discard mortality, even at a greater than 1-to-1. So the second portion of the analysis was using the equilibrium model, and this was parameterized after the 2018 stock assessment. It held the SPR at a constant value of 0.46. This is no longer a time series analysis, it's just an equilibrium to compare across a number of different fishery assumptions. It made a very simple trade-off between allocation. So this equilibrium model either assigned 100% of the catch to the directed fishery and 0 to the non-directed, or in stair steps, moving all the way to the other extreme of 100% to the non-directed fisheries and 0% to the directed fisheries. And then it calculated how much yield could be had at that constant SPR under all those scenarios. And so that gives us another way to estimate the amount of yield gain, because as that ratio changes, we would expect the yield to go down in proportion to the yield gain. I'll note that this does not include discard mortality in the directed commercial fishery. When I did the analysis in the stock assessment, there's that additional loss of, well, not everything goes right into the directed fishery because some of it's caught as sublegal fish, discarded, dies, and doesn't accrue to the yield. So these results are not 100% comparable, but it's a similar approach. So the results from that analysis are shown here. I've just shown you 4 different scenarios. The first is 100% directed fishery yield and 0% non-directed, and then, as I said, ranging all the way up to the other extreme. And you can see the relative yield in terms of pounds from each of those scenarios. And then the final column just turns that relative yield into it flips it around into a potential yield gain. And so you can see as you shift the selectivity or the allocation from one to the other, you get less yield back, implying that the gain rate is actually positive. And so the range that we got over this scenario was between 121% and 144%. Again, pretty consistent with the range that we saw from the time series analysis and from the historical values. So the wrap up for this analysis is just a recap of the main points. There isn't a constant gain rate. I know everybody would like to know, well, what's the exchange rate? What's a pound worth? Well, it depends. It depends on all those various factors. And without doing the analysis, we can't say what that exchange rate would be. It's likely to change every year, and it's likely to continue to change into the future. And so trying to set up a management procedure or even a general approach that is dependent on a single fixed rate would be quite inaccurate. That yes, there's an average value, but there's a pretty substantial amount of year-to-year variability, as we found in this analysis. The second caveat to this analysis is that this is not a replay of history. So this is not like going back and saying, what would have happened if we saved X million pounds from 1992 to 1998? How would things have been different in 2012? That's not an analysis that we can do, because that rolls up all the decision making and all the other choices that were made along the way, and that's not something that's feasible to do. So this is really just a sequential analysis looking at the effect in a particular year and rebalancing the books in that year. And the SRB actually noted that this particular comment, and they noted that the way that you would approach a question like this is very dependent on the potential utility of the information. And so they turned it around and said, well, what are they trying to do with this analysis? Because then we can tell you how to best approach it. And since none of us were entirely clear, other than just trying to better understand the historical effects of this, it was very difficult to recommend one particular method over another. So we used this method for the analysis, but I would note that if there was a different goal in mind, that you could do this in different ways. And indeed, some of the historical studies that I referenced did approach this analysis in a different way. Although I would say that all these analyses have found roughly similar results, which is that generally catching smaller, younger fish is using up more of the lifetime spawning potential, and so there's a greater than 100% yield gain to be had. Finally, there's no distributional feedback included here, so we're not modeling migration, and what that means is that we're making the simple assumption that the yield of these fish will be distributed in proportion to the yield that we actually see right now, which already reflects migration. But you could imagine that if under a very different level of harvest, you might see a different level of migration. And in that case, we're not capturing any of that. That can only be captured through a fully spatially explicit model, such as is being developed for the MSE. And really that sort of trade-off in yield among sectors is exactly what the MSE is evaluating, as well as the direct objectives of the commercial fishery. And so that's to go much beyond what we've done in this analysis. It really requires a whole different approach, which I think is best tackled in the context of the MSE analysis. And that concludes this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Interesting. It's getting late in the day and I'm having trouble recalling what actions or decisions by the commission might be informed by this information, but it was interesting. And so I'll open it up to questions. Look like Mr. Allerson's first.
So Dr. Stewart, I'm looking at your slide 10. And so I'm trying to understand what the percentages are. So I'm going to assume the top one adds to 100, and that's where and this is U26 and O26. This is all bycatch, or you call it something else, non-directed discard mortality.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair, yes. Both of these rows do add to 100%. The top row is all non-directed fishery discards or bycatch over this entire time series. So it just summed up all of that mortality over the entire time series to get a sense of where is this mostly occurring. And as we already knew, the bulk of the bycatch is occurring in the largest individual area is regulatory area 4, C, D, and E. Second largest is being 3A. The bottom is an analysis of where that yield gain would be realized, and that reflects the distribution of actual directed fishery yield over that same time period. So in essence, we see most of our small Pacific halibut in the northern part of the stock, but we then end up getting most of the yield out of a range of distribution of the stock focused mainly on the core areas of 3A. And so it's reasonable to imagine that saving yield in the northern part of the stock would tend to reflect higher yields throughout the rest of the stock. And so those percentages also add to 100 on the bottom row, just to get a sense of how the directed fishery yield was distributed over that same time period from 1992 to 2018.
So to follow up, the second row, if you had 1,000 pounds and 280 pounds of that yield gain would accrue to 3A. It's not that 3A would be 28% higher. It's whatever the yield gain is of the whole, 28% of that would end up in area 3A.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Do you have a question, Mr. Yamada? Looking around, anyone else? Questions for Dr. Stewart on this presentation? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Dr. Stewart. A great presentation as always. I think, yeah, our next agenda item, I believe we're going to put was the 5-year research plan, but for today, but we're going to probably do that tomorrow and do our public comment session now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 6 people signed up for public comment. I'll call them in roughly the order that, well, in fact, in the order that they came in, which was during the presentations by Dr. Webster and Dr. Stewart. So I could have both of those gentlemen standing by to answer. For those of you here in the room, we have a microphone right up here in front, and that's where you can come to ask your question when your time comes. The first one actually is on the web, and I'll do that one here from the podium. And that is a question from, from Linda Bankin, and it came during Dr. Webster's presentation, and it is cost savings the primary motivation for changing the survey design? If so, would it not make more sense to focus on dropping survey sites that consistently do not have any halibut? Also, there were known problems with the 3A survey in 2019 and a recognized increase in halibut abundance in deep areas. What is the cost of repeating the 3A expanded survey in 2020? Repeating the expanded survey in 3A seems important, particularly given the importance of this area in terms of biomass. So I can repeat any part of that that you need, but that's the question.
I'll take a first cut at that since I've been up here all afternoon anyway. I think the first question was, should we be considering sampling less frequently in areas with fewer halibut? And I think that's exactly what the intent of the designs that you've seen are. We identified areas at the extremes of the distribution, both in the western Aleutians as well as in 2A and the inside waters in 2B as areas of relatively low density that in fact we didn't need to sample on an annual basis. And so I think all of the designs with the exception of the full design reflect that intent exactly. The second was with regard to cost. And I'm not sure Dr. Webster or I is really equipped to speak to the relative cost of sampling different areas.
And I think that can be safely left for discussion tomorrow because there's going to be more discussion in this meeting about the survey design for 2020, and that will become directly relevant there. The other part of the question had to do with the value of resampling the expansion, what we used to call expansion, now we're just part of the survey stations in 3A.
So the proposal for 3A is to effectively sample the footprint of the expansion in 2019, but with a reduced sampling rate. So we will be covering with the proposal to sample randomized sampling in 3A, we'll be covering the same spatial area that the 2019 survey covered, but with fewer stations covering that area. So I would expect that we would get an equivalent result as if we had sampled the entire sampling footprint, number of stations that we sampled in 2019.
Thank you. And then the remaining list is here in the room, starting with Doug Vincent Lang. And again, the microphone is right up here in front if you could come up to make your question. And after Mr. Vincent Lang is Chuck Ashcroft.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Alaska. For the record, my name is Doug Vincent Lang. I'm the Commissioner for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Waters off Alaska account for over 80% of the biomass of Pacific halibut. Halibut are vital to our coastal communities. They support subsistence uses, to personal use fisheries, to directed commercial fisheries, to bycatch that allows our groundfish fisheries to be prosecuted. We take our trust responsibilities over the species quite seriously. And yes, we do have trust responsibilities for this despite the international treaty that these fisheries are operated under. We care deeply about the sustainability of the stock and intend to become more involved in its management in the years to come. We cannot afford to be delegated to the sidelines as decisions are made regarding this stock and the uses it provides to our residents. Along these lines, I sent a letter recently to the U.S. commissioners asking them to re-examine the management strategy in light of reduced size at age and its impact on catch limits. This is something we have been warning about for years. I asked that Alaska's letter be incorporated into the record for this meeting, and I can provide that to you if you wish. The reality is that conditions in the ocean are changing. This will require us to adapt our management strategies. The existing strategy of simply reducing catch limits does not work when nearly all of the directed commercial harvest is on reproductively mature females. We need an expanded tool chest to adapt to the new reality. We need to explore harvesting fish under 32 inches to exploit some of the male biomass and increase yield from this fishery. We need to explore establishing an upper size limit to ensure we have sufficient reproductive capacity in the ocean to seize on periodic recruitment events that drive this fishery. Simply put, we need more tools in the management toolbox and new strategies to adapt to the changing conditions. Similar to how a car mechanic that worked on a carbureted car has upgraded his toolbox to work on a computerized cars, we need to upgrade our management toolbox. During your meetings this week, you will focus on the 2020 fishery. That's appropriate. But I urge you not to overly impact my state's fisheries as you develop recommendations for your catch limits. I also urge you to look beyond this year and instruct the commission staff to explore new tools. Because quite frankly, the graphs I saw doesn't look for a promising outlook in the next 4 to 5 years. Again, welcome to Alaska. We stand ready to help you, and thank you.
Just quick response, Doug. It's good to see you, and thanks for being here in person. And I do appreciate your letter and the comments, and I personally think we need to seriously revisit some of these things like size limits, and I hope to have some discussion of that at some point in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent Lang. Next up is Chuck Ashcroft. And after Mr. Ashcroft is Don Lane.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Chuck Ashcroft, Sport Fishing Advisory Board. This is just a point of clarification on the fishery statistics presentation regarding our recreational fishery in 2B. Both the presentation and the document does have some slight errors in it. Our fishery started off March 1 through to March 31 with a maximum size of 115 and only one fish able to be retained over 83 centimeters. It then switched to a hybrid type version, which we call a hybrid version, where our maximum size is 126. You could choose to keep 2 fish under 90 centimeters, or if you chose on your first fish to take it that's over 90 centimeters, that also became your possession. So it's 1 and 2 for under 90, 1 and 1 for over 90. So that's all I just wanted to sort out so that you had it for record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashcroft. Next up is Don Lane, and then after Mr. Lane is Kirill Basargin.
Yeah, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Don Lane. I'd like to speak a little bit about the proposed fisheries set survey. I've been involved in commercial fishing for 25 plus years. I've been coming to the commission meeting for at least almost that long. Many of you know me as a commissioner several years ago. In addition to that, I've done numerous surveys with my boat, the Predator, and currently my boat, the Predator, does surveys. Did a survey last year for IPHC with my son running it. I want to talk a little bit about uncertainty. I have a lot of experience with surveys. There's a lot of uncertainty built into the survey. It's a 3-month survey. You have so many stations to fish. Doesn't matter used to be between the 1st of June and the end of August. Anytime during that 3 months. So you have the time uncertainty. You might make that station set the 1st of June. You might make that station set the end of August. So you have that uncertainty. You put the tides involved in this. My experience has been is that halibut fishing is always a little better when the tides are moving a little bit because it moves the bait smell around. So depending on when you set that station with the tides, that could affect your production. Now, many of these stations that we fish have been fished for, 20 years, 25 years? I don't know how long we've been doing surveys, but we've done 25 surveys. And then around 2014, we started doing expansion surveys. I'm real concerned about the proposed survey because I think it creates too much uncertainty as proposed within the industry, within the commissioners. We already have the built-in survey uncertainty that's smoothed out by staff to create a data set that we use over and over for everything we consider about halibut. This data set is the basis of all our decisions. So I think it's very important that we give our survey design lots of thought because we'll be living with this well into the future, maybe another 20 years. So there's a couple concerns. First of all, as a commissioner, or assuming that we go forward with the proposed survey next year, which is essentially maybe 2/3 of the original, I would call in 2014, 1,360 stations. So it'd be around that. everyone seems to be so concerned about what their catch is going to be. So what if it goes up or it goes down? What is the answer? Because you've only done half of the traditional survey, or a little more than half of the traditional survey for the past year. What do you tell the public? Is that, well, we'll have to wait another year so we can come up with a definitive answer, because we don't know what the unsurveyed stations have done. The other concern that I have is many of these stations have a long history. You can, when I bid on a survey, I get a survey sheet. A station has a number. I can tell you what it produced last year. I can tell you what it produced a year before. And I schedule my day around that production, because I don't want my crew to get slammed with 15,000 pounds of fish one day and 1,000 pounds of fish the next day. So many of these stations have this long history of production. Now we have expansion stations that are entered into the program, and the reality of it is those expansion stations have only been fished once in over 20 years. And are we weighing those expansion stations at the same value as a station that we have 20 years of data on? And I think that might be a mistake to just automatically say those stations all have the same value, so we're going to design a program that treats them all the same. I would suggest that the survey design, there are stations that there's never any fish on them. They're difficult to fish, and they have a history. It's easy to look up the history. To look at these stations and prioritize in each region, which ones are the core stations that are consistently do that, and figure out how many stations you want to fish in a year, use your core ones, and then add a couple stations or whatever you want to do, 10 stations, whatever, on either side of the expansion stations until those expansion stations have a history. Now, I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, but I'm just throwing out ideas because I think the proposed survey is going to present way too much uncertainty to the public and to the commissioners. My last comment is that the bid closes on February 15th. The bid specs are already out. I got them in the email, all that, February 15th. Last year, they were required February 15th. Prior to that, it was March 15th. So after the annual meeting, there was about 6 weeks to digest the process of the annual meeting before the bid specs come out. And I think the February 15th deadline, it crowds the fleet, crowds the boats that are going to bid, and it also maybe crowds the staff into producing something that they're not ready to produce. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Don. Question from Mr. Ryall for you.
I'm sorry?
I believe Mr. Ryall has a question for you.
Well, it's not so much a question for, I think, Don, but I was wondering if Ray wanted to respond at all to what Don, some of his concerns about the what's being proposed for the surveys design, I guess, Chris.
Thank you. There's one aspect I'd like to address, and that is the concern that reducing the number of stations while still having the same spatial coverage might lead to concerning uncertainty. With any sample survey, you have to consider the sample size, and you can and the uncertainty in general, accepting that we're fitting a space-time model, it increases or decreases at the square root of the sample size. So it's not a linear relationship. As the sample size increases, you get less and less bang for your bucks. Our evaluation has shown that we can still get coefficients of variation for areas like 2C or 3A or 3B or 2B below 10% with a reduced number of stations, while still keeping, in the randomized design, still keeping the same spatial coverage. The spots that we're missing are missing at random, and the next year we'll have something there. We're not discarding any stations permanently. They will be fished on a 2-year basis, rotating. But because of the random sampling, you will expect that the average will be the same on average as it would be if you had random sampling with more stations. And there's nothing magical about the spots we've picked. The very first time they designed the survey in 1998, they laid down a grid. It could have been here, it could have been there. It turned out it was there. It could have been shifted over a little bit. you would have expected on average with such a large sample size throughout each regulatory area, throughout the entire coastwide, on average, you would get the same trend, whether you put the grid 5 nautical miles to the left or 5 nautical miles to the east or west. And likewise, if we're thinning the design somewhat in a randomized design, you still expect the same average weight per unit effort. The difference is that the precision, which is uncertainty, goes down, but it goes down by a very modest amount.
Thank you, Dr. Webster. Thank you, Don.
And thank you. Next up is Kirill Basargin, please, and followed by Garrett Elwood.
Good afternoon, Chair. Happy to see you guys in Alaska. Beautiful snow out here, and somewhere it's snowing more. Thank you for the work you do and to help the fishery industry in the conservation of our fishery here. My name is Kirill Basargin. I'm here on behalf of K-Bay Fisheries Association and a long-time standing organization of a long-time generation of fishery and knowledge of commercial fishermen. Subsistence and our families that rely on this commercial fishery. I would like to discuss the halibut mortality for all these years. Our concern is that the breakdown of the categories is not enough to access or to fix the problem that the fisheries suffer. There are only 4 categories to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong. The categories of the discard mortality, especially for the commercial sector, needs to be more clarified. Separating the mortality into categories of each directed fishery, separate instead of the commercial fishery. That way the panel can decide how to allocate the fishing correctly. First, we'd like to separate the fishery into categories instead of saying commercial fishery, because a commercial fishery is a big sector. Pointing a finger on just commercial fishery, and then what happens is they push everything into one and then close the whole commercial sector down. It hurts the small fisherman that relies on the commercial sector fishery for cod fishery, jigging fishery, and so forth. Is it not that we gather here to sustain and conserve our fishery, not to profit? Do you want to fish without complete closures of our fisheries? Or do we want to just shut everything down? Do we not need to have correct data in the fishery to allocate fishery from one to the other, as not to deplete our oceans of our fish, but to conserve and to keep on fishing for our future generation? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. We'll go to the next. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Garrett Elwood, and Malcolm Milne is next to follow.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Garrett Elwood. I'm a fisherman in Area 3 and Area 4. Represent a couple of myself, my family, and a couple of buddies of mine that have invested out west. I have a question, I think for probably a combination of Dr. Webster or Dr. Stewart. Dr. Webster, you mentioned that the completion of the survey expansion reduced uncertainty and improved distribution estimates. I was wondering if you two could elaborate a little bit on what effect the completed survey may have had on the fairly drastic swing that we've seen in the estimated distribution in Region 3.
Thank you. The Region 3 expansion was completed in 2019 in regulatory areas 3A and 3B. It had no effect on the trend because it's a single year's expansion. So all it could do is shift the time series up or down, depending on whether we had higher catch rates on average or lower catch rates on average in the expansion. So it had no effect on changes in the trend with time. If you're talking about spatial distribution, it gave us a better understanding at finer spatial scales in the places where we didn't have stations previously. But relative to other areas, we had quite good coverage in 3A and 3B prior to the expansion. So I think the effect was quite small.
Okay, excellent. So would that mean that the completion of the additional stations in 3A and 3B had really very little effect on the estimated distribution for area 3A and 3B?
I think that's fair. If you're referring to the spatial distribution, we had a couple of stations that got had really high catch rates that we hadn't seen before. We had other stations with lower catch rates. But the picture of where the fish are in 3A and 3B did not meaningfully change with the addition of the data from 2019, which is something of a contrast to other areas like 4A. When we first did an expansion there in 2014, we found there were more fish in the west because of large gaps in survey coverage of 4A than we had understood there to be previously without the additional information from the expansion. But I don't think that was the case in 3 or 3B.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for testimony, and thank you, Dr. Webster. Malcolm? Right, Steve, Malcolm's next.
Right after, that's correct. And then after Mr. Milne is Forrest Braden, and then there's one comment online.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Malcolm Milne. I'm with the North Pacific Fisheries Association. Will we be able to look at slide 53 from Ian's long? That'd be easy enough to pull up?
Hopefully my friends in the back of the room are working on that.
Okay, great. And that's just the, it was a little different actually. Yeah, 53. It's a little different than what you had presented at the interim meeting because you had a longer time series. But I'll just start in because it shows the adopted versus the quotas or the limits for what they would have been at with the management procedure at the time. So, or the reference TCOIs, I guess we're calling them now because we had staff recommendations in blue line, but everyone knows we've had so reference TCOI is great. So the difference is there. So the first question for Mr. Stewart is, how do you explain the big change between 2018, 2019, and then back to 2020? Because I see it changes dramatically there. Do you have a short answer for that?
I do, yeah. So the stock assessment, we see a considerable amount of variability in the overall estimate of fishing intensity year to year. And if we go all the way back, in fact, I had a slide in the interim meeting presentation that I took out for this presentation of the time series of fishing intensity estimates showing what we thought looked like in 2016, 17, 18, and now in 2019. And what we see is that those estimates can vary by up to 4 or 5% up and down year to year. And that's what you're seeing here is that variability in the stock assessment. And Dr. Hicks, through the MSE, has found that under simulated conditions, that's a pretty reasonable amount of variability to expect, that even with the stock assessment that we have, we should expect our level of fishing intensity, the estimate on a year-to-year basis, to vary by a considerable amount. So I think this is normal variability, with the exception of 2020, where inside of that variability, we also now have a really important new piece of data. And so obviously I can't tell you whether some or how much of the change in 2020 was due to that versus due to the normal variability in the stock assessment. We'll only know that in retrospect in a few years. But that was the big change between, for example, the result in 2018, which was pre any evidence of year classes coming in, but under the old assumption of sex ratio of the commercial catch, and 2020, which now reflects those year classes coming in from 2011 and 12, but also an improved estimate of sex ratio of the directed fishery commercial catch.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And if I could ask one more question, and that's to slide 48, please. Actually, one last comment on that slide 53. It is very interesting to look at the expanded time series of those reference versus the adopted TCEYs. And I did submit a comment letter, which I think the commissioners hopefully received by now. It was a little bit late to get into the big packet, but I'll try to circulate that around for people to see a little comparison of that. But so yes, oh, thanks. So back to slide 48. So, okay, then we come across the adjusted interim management procedure, which I attempted to research, and I was at the last meeting last year in Victoria, and I didn't see anything about this discussed. I never saw it brought up in the conference board or the processor advisory board that I was aware of. I didn't see it in any of the public sessions, and maybe I just wasn't there and missed it, but all of a sudden this was rolled out at the announcement at the last day. And I'm just a little concerned that there was no input at all from the stakeholders. And then once we look at the effects of it, it just makes a dramatic shift of the quota away from Alaskan areas, basically, is how I view it. So I'm just really disappointed in that, that this was just not vetted at all, basically. And I did put out a comment letter kind of laying it all out on my points on that. So hopefully people get a chance to see that. But as far as like a public process or anything that's been vetted or used as a policy, I'm just disappointed to see this. So I guess that's all I have there.
Thank you for your comments, Malcolm.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Forrest Braden, and then there's one comment online.
Thank you. Forrest Braden, for the record, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization Executive Director, and we have about 300 businesses in Area 2C that are marine-based charter lodge fishing, very highly dependent on the halibut resource to make those business models function. As an introduction, I've probably spent, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours trying to wrap my head around the 70-30 formula. That was used in the 2019 interim management procedure, and we're talking about reapplying this year. And so this would be a question for Dr. Stewart. A clarifying question. And so when we multiply 0.7 times 20, that's 14%, but I've never heard anybody just throw out and say we start at 14% of coast-wide mortality as a fixed percentage, and then the 30% of the adjustable. Is it that simple?
Yes.
Okay. So the follow-up question to that would be, is there anything circular about it if we don't change coast-wide mortality by tweaking the SPR or anything like that? It's just, regardless of moving fish here or there, it's just 14% of the coast-wide TCEY, and then 30% of the 14.9%, which would be 2B's adjusted after harvest rate percentage or distribution. So basically 18.2 is simply 14% plus 30% of the 14.9% harvest rate for this year. Is that correct?
I don't think the 14.9 is correct. The actual value is
13.9, I'm
in
sorry.
that slide.
Right.
But it is. It's just a weighted sum of the two, 70% of 20% and 30% of whatever comes out of the standard calculation.
Okay. And then I would just shift to a comment. And it kind of follows up on what Mr. Milne's comment was, and that it was hard to not have input originally. I think it's good for industry to be able to weigh in on these things before we apply them. I think there's several dynamics going on. One is continued stock decline, and then how does that affect other areas based on what we're doing and the kind of analysis that we're doing and applying to this. And I just like to say, we're your neighbors, 2C, 2B, and I fish personally. I have 2 charter boats and I've fished for 24 years. And so I'm into this pretty deep. But what comes out the other end isn't necessarily what appears on the surface. I have seen, for this year, I've seen Dr. Stewart was able to do a couple runs that I requested, and I've seen some other runs done. And I say that as a basis for this comment isn't my napkin math. This is actual production from the IPHC Secretariat. If you take going into this year and you apply this formula and start looking at what it does to all the sectors, we actually take an 80,000 pound cut to the 2C charter fishery. And that's 10% of our allocation. We've been pushed so far to the bottom that we're fishing on a 38 or under fish, and there's not much of them around, and all the other sectors are fishing on the same thing. Our average fish is 31 inches, which is an inch below the legal retainable halibut in the commercial fishery. And I'm just putting that out there because if you take 10% more away from the fishery, and I understand that this seemed to center around mitigation for bycatch, though it was never attached that way in the 2019 interim meeting. And I don't see anywhere in the report that it says what it's for. And I've asked certain folks that I consider very friendly to give me an explanation what it stands for. But as we look at where the stock's headed, our confusion up to this point, at least mine, about how this formula works, as you kind of grapple with it at this meeting, I would just ask that you consider the effects on the sectors if we're potentially over harvesting in 2B because we really effectively are increasing the harvest rate. What does that do if area 2 is a biological region and 2A has a floor and 2B is over harvesting? What does that mean for 2C? And we don't have analysis on that. So those are just some thoughts to think of as you go forward, and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Forrest. I don't see any questions, so thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's one remaining question from the web audience, and it's from Mel Erickson, who asks, what is a pound of fish worth to the guided sport fishery? And what cost is it to the charter industry for each pound lost to harvest reduction? And if killing a small fish reduces its spawning potential to almost 100%, why is the guided sport fishery regulated to killing small fish? And that's for Dr. Stewart. Although I'm not sure
that's
some of that is probably out of his.
I'm not sure that's a fair question for Dr. Stewart. And there's probably the answer to that question is a combination of many things that would take a long time to answer. And I don't know that I have anyone has a readily available answer about the value of that fish. So I appreciate the point of the question. I do, but I don't think that's where there's anyone here eminently prepared to answer it.
And that concludes comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes everybody signed up that we have for public comment.
Oh, that's all the business we have, I believe, Dr. Wilson. All right, I just, before we recess, we were going to have a U.S. stakeholder, a public meeting in this room for U.S. stakeholders to have an informal discussion Q&A with the 3 U.S. commissioners at 6, but it's already 10 after 6, and some of us need a little break. So we'll, I assume that staff may need a little time in this room as well. So just FYI for the U.S. Stakeholders that are here, we'll be back in this room in about 25 minutes at 6:35 for those that are interested in having an informal discussion for, let's say, up to an hour. And I don't know if there's any other business you need to announce or Mr. Ryall needs to announce before we reset. Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And similarly for Canadian members, we're going to have a meeting in the quadrant room right next door, apparently. So go down one room and we'll meet there in about 15 minutes.
Downstairs, 15? No, you're meeting for the delegation.
All right, we're recessed for the evening. We'll start at 9 a.m.
Yeah.